Thank you for your patience, everyone. We have gone through many troubleshooting steps, and the solution was turn it off and turn it back on again. So apologies to Susan. We had to interrupt her when we learned the online presenter, not hearing her. And so I'll recap. Megan has opened the meeting. I've gone over our administrative items, and Susan was offering her opening statements. Back to you, Susan.
Thank you. Yeah, for those of us that have been around for a while, before computers and in the early days of computers, we learned the process of if in doubt, reboot. And I guess that's what applied today. Thank you, Dave and Josh. Okay, so I'm not going to go back and read everything I've said so far, but I do want to cover the piece again about our, this is the last full board meeting of some of our board members as they term off, and recognize them again. Pam Larson, Benton County; Bob Thompson, City of Richland; Charlie Cronville, City of Pasco; Christy Baptistek, Nez Perce Tribe; Kermit Mankiller, Nez Perce Tribe; Brisa Guadalajara, Tri-Cities Hispanic Chamber of Commerce; Christina Mackey, Providence; Larry Brandt, Public at Large; and Bradley Bricker, Public at Large. Thank you so much for your dedication and service to the board. You will be missed, and remember, you are always welcome to attend full HAB board meetings and attend and participate at subcommittee meetings. And we really would appreciate your continued input whenever possible. In addition to our verbal acknowledgement and thank you, the agencies have letters of thank you for all of those members, and Megan has those to present later. Is that what you want to do? Okay. All right. One more with this. Okay. So moving on, this meeting is also especially important because one of the actions that we need to do today is elect our new board leadership for the next 2 years. And that includes your HAB chair, vice chair, and national liaison. And we'll talk more details about that later. After lunch, we will review and hopefully approve our draft advice on the 324 building path forward. So we need to make sure everybody comes back from lunch, because we really have to have a quorum for both the elections and the 324 advice, so that we can get that stuff resolved and inputted. Towards the end of the meeting, we will also have briefings from the subcommittee chairs, national liaison, and a debrief on the Emergency Operations Center drill that some of our members attended. As you can see, we've got a really busy day, and I am thankful that you all found the time to attend this meeting, whether in person or online. And I especially appreciate everybody that's in the room. This is a pretty full room for a change, you know. So thank you. Okay, so on to announcements. Since our last HAB meeting, we've had a variety of things occur. Rebecca Holland was our own HamTech rep, was promoted and is now the HamTech health advocate for around 2,800 HamTech employees. Congratulations, Becky. David Enan from EPA retired on June 13th, and we have Laura Bulow and the rest of the EPA team helping to fill in his big shoes. And he will definitely be missed. Our own Ryan Miller from Ecology and his wife had a baby on June 20th, Eleanor Nora June Miller. So if you really need that cute fix, see Ryan. He's got some beautiful pictures of Nora. And lastly, Timothy Walsh, the nominee for EM1, was approved by the Senate Committee on Energy and National Resources and will hopefully be approved by the Senate in the near future. And so we'll go from an acting to a real EM1. So that's it for my comments. Let's go ahead and go around the room. Ms. Pokin has arrived. Ms. Bartlett, is that you? Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and do the introductions so that you know who's here. Thank you for coming.
All right, I will start. We'll Go to my right. My name is Josh Patnod. I support the HAB facilitation team.
I am Megan Tripp, DDFO for the Hanford Advisory Board.
Laura Caulfield, Katmai, HAB support.
Spencer Harris with Cadillac Regional Medical Center.
Charles Lopresti, League of Women Voters.
Tom Cecilia, Oregon Department of Energy.
Kevin Danby, representing Grant and Franklin counties.
Pam Larson, representing Benton County. I've been on the HAB since the beginning for 30 years, so it's pretty amazing. This is coming to an end today.
And I'm Ed Parsons. I'm representing Public at Large.
Susan Coleman, representing Public at Large, and I'm the board chair.
Mia Burke, Hanford Challenge and Vice Chair of the Board.
Richard Bloom, representing the city of West Richland.
Rebecca Holland, representing Hamtech.
Kathy Dubois, non-union, non-management.
Jim Doherty, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board.
Chuck Torelli, City of Kennewick.
Brian Ivy, Public at Large.
Michelle Holt, Benton Franklin Council of Governments.
Chris Sutton, Local Environmental Interest. Rob Davis, representing the city of Pasco.
Jesus Mota, Columbia Basin College.
Brian Harkins, DOE, Hanford Field Office.
Good morning, everyone. Laura Bulow, I'm EPA. I am here at our Hanford Project Office. And as Susan said, with Dave's retirement, I'm the manager of our Region 10 Federal Facilities Program. And many of you have known me. I've spent my entire almost 18 years at EPA out here at Hanford. And I am stepping back into the role of the management level at Hanford. So I've been very aware of what's been going on because the project office reports to me, but I've been kind of behind the curtain for the last 3 years as I've taken on Department of Defense sites as well. And now you will see me stepping out from behind the curtain with Dave's retirement.
Good morning, I'm Pocan, Environmental Protection Agency, Region 10.
Good morning, Heather Bartlett, Deputy Director at Washington Ecology. It's great to be back. I think I was with you probably maybe 4 years ago, virtually. So it's great to actually be in person.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephanie Schleif. I'm the Nuclear Waste Program Manager here at Washington State Department of Ecology. Good to see everyone again.
All right, that's everyone around the table. Are there any staff or HAB members in the gallery that would like to introduce themselves? They're a shy bunch. All right, so in addition to everyone you see in the room, we also have several people participating in this meeting online. I'm going to run down the list as I see them in teams. You have the opportunity to open up your microphone and introduce yourself if you'd like. We'll begin with Annette Carey. Okay, Cynthia Bounds. Richard Buell.
Rich Buell, Acting Director of Comms, Hanford site.
Cole Caldwell. Ed Dawson.
Hanford Office of Communication, External Affairs.
Gabe Bonney.
Gabriel Bonney, Public at Large, member of the Nez Perce Tribe.
Matt Hendrickson.
Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy, alternate member.
Ed Holbrook.
Eddie Holbrook, Department of Ecology, Nuclear Waste Program, Deputy Program Manager.
John Stang. Kelsey Schenk.
Good morning, Kelsey Schenk with The Edge.
Laureen. Jane LePage,
Jane LePage, Washington Department of Health, Office of Radiation Protection.
Liz Matson,
Liz Matson, Hanford Challenge. Good morning, everybody.
Mark French, Matthew Campbell,
C2IR alternate.
Dana McFadden,
Dana McFadden, Department of Ecology, Communications Department.
Megan Perkins,
Megan Perkins, also DOH, ORP.
Robert,
That's Rob Chillog. I'm with the Defense Board.
Rose,
Rose Ferry, Yakima Nation alternate.
Erica, Michael,
Hi, I'm Michael Turner with HMIS Tri-Party Agreement.
Wayne,
Wayne Barber, Exchange Monitor.
and Sarah.
Sarah Williams, Department of Ecology, Nuclear Waste Program.
All right, and that is our crowd for the day. One other administrative item that my finicky mute button reminds me of, our microphone etiquette. Dave asked me to let everyone know that you want to sit somewhat close to your microphone and keep your mouth somewhat directed at it. The red light means it's on. The red light not being on means it's muted. We'll want to keep those muted when you're not using it. Otherwise, our online participants will get an echo. All right, and with that, I think we're ready to hand it off to our first speakers.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. It's been a bit of a whirlwind the last couple of days, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all. I find as a public servant and as a person running an agency that these types of meetings can actually be quite wonderful and helpful in grounding us in the work that we're doing. The reminder of that the work matters and it matters to people in the community and it matters to folks that have a variety of interest in the site and it's getting cleaned up. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here and appreciate all the support that I've had from the Region 10 team in learning about the site and the tour yesterday. From the folks at the facility, Director Sixkiller and Heather and Mr. Harkins and I, along with our teams, were able to get around the facility and see various aspects of it. I was reminded that I think my first day in the job as regional administrator was February 24th, and March 10th was my first briefing on Hanford. So pretty immediately after getting sort of grounded in the agency more broadly as the specific issues that our team at Region 10 felt were important for me to develop an understanding of, Hanford was at the top of the list. And the more I learn, the more I appreciate why that's the case. So yesterday, as I said, it was a bit of a whirlwind getting around the facility. We went to the waste treatment plant. I think we're hopeful for startup being immediately on the horizon. So that'll be a big milestone being met and sort of a pretty concrete step forward in the cleanup. We went to the environmental restoration disposal facility, the ERDIF, and saw the new supercell that's under construction to accept waste from the facility. So it was nice to sort of not just to see that and see the magnitude of it, but to see of the new supercell, but also the magnitude of the waste facility in general. The 100K area we went to and to the waste encapsulation and storage facility, saw the glowing rods. So, the sort of thing that you see in movies, right? So it's pretty impactful to get into that room and see in a really tangible way the types of waste that we're dealing with at the facility to ensure that it remains safe and properly managed. Also, saw the 324 building. I understand that there's sort of some decision making around that on the horizon at this point. The EPA does support the preferred alternative. Of course, we'll hear what public comment comes in and what additional perspective or information that we might glean from that and go from there. But at this point, the counsel that I'm getting from our folks in Region 10 is support for the preferred alternative there. And I also wanted to just really emphasize that for us at Region 10, the importance of maintaining progress at the site. It is massive, right? Over, 500 acres, or is it square miles? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Square miles. See, it's hard to get your head around because I'm like, that can't possibly be the right units. It's just huge, right? And sort of the number of discrete sites and issues that are being dealt with. It's a bit of the eat the elephant moment. Interesting to see that we do have a board member that has been here for 30 years meeting and discussing these issues. Reflects commitment on the part of the board members and people who are invested in seeing the site cleaned up. And there has been really great progress made. I think the summary that I got early on was more than 1,300 waste sites cleaned up, including most of the 100 and 300 areas. Almost 900 facilities demolished and disposed, 19 million tons of contaminated soil and debris deposited in the on-site landfill, 30 billion gallons of contaminated groundwater treated. And in the tour yesterday, kind of seeing the displays and the presentations around the progress that's been made over time is encouraging. And there's much more to be done. So look forward to hearing from you all and working with the Region 10 staff and with the Department of Energy and with Ecology to find progress, continuing progress at the site. And again, thank you very much for having us here today. And I suppose I'll pass it over to Heather.
Thank you, Emma. Good morning. Heather Bartlett, Deputy at Ecology. Director Sixkiller sent his regrets. He needed to head back to Seattle last night, but I had already planned to be here accompanying him. So, was actually more than happy to be able to sit in and participate in this. I really, want to start by thanking you all for the time that you commit to this, and the engagement you have. And Pam, thank you. More than 30 years, that is tremendous, right? Our agency places a high value on community engagement, and the work of the Hanford Advisory Board and those that participate just, as an informed public is remarkable. So thank you, because it's a ton of commitment. But as a Washington resident, thank you. Appreciate it. For Ecology, I've had the benefit, I work really closely with Stephanie and her team. Though I am based out of Lacey, I've had the benefit of coming over, at some sort of frequency and toured the sites, as well as being able just to track. And I think the things, this fall, we will all experience some career marking or participation marking events, right? The direct feed, low activity waste getting started and vitrification happening. That has been decades in the making. So really, really exciting. And I hope that for those, who have been around for a long time, you get to be able to appreciate the progress. I'd also like to think that it just further enhances the momentum and the need to be continuing to advocate for sufficient funding, because as this gets started, we still have decades to go in the cleanup. And that is one of Ecology's top priorities, is ensuring sufficient funding for energy in the cleanup work. I also think about, I haven't been out there recently, but I know that the strontium and cesium, the glowing water, is going to come to an end, and it's all going to go into dry storage. But that is, again, another remarkable accomplishment. And I think about the work that happens in partnership, with PNNL and everything that is happening here on the Hanford site. It's the first time. It's the first time. A lot of the things that are being done or developed, it's the first time. So I'm just, extraordinary type of work that has been happening and the thinking that goes into it. And then for us, another key priority is issuing the site-wide permit. We're going to have that out for 120 days. Again, that'll be another thing that probably happens this fall. And I just, for those in our agency, I commend them, the work that has gone in ecology, in the partnerships that we have with energy, the hills and valleys that we may all experience. We have people who have also dedicated their careers to working to get Hanford cleaned up. So it's really I think really a neat crossroads that we are going to be experiencing. Anyway, I just am really glad to be able to be here. I am happy to answer any questions as we move forward. I know there's been lots of changes, not only in our state leadership, our agency leadership, but again, I want to acknowledge you and your commitment, the transparency, accountability, the advocacy that you bring to this place, and the team that I get to work with at Ecology and our Nuke Waste program for the work that they do on this.
All right, thank you. With that, I think we're open to questions from our board members. If you'd like to enter queue, you can flip your name pin up. I think we'll start with Ed. And if you're online, you can raise your hand in Teams. Go ahead, Ed.
Well, good morning. I'm going to start off with a rather esoteric question, and it's also would be somewhat directed at the board itself. And it has to do with the new administration's issuances of several executive orders that have a high potential of impacting the results out here at the Hanford site. I'll give you a couple examples. Is the sunset clauses, these two agencies have been asked to put in sunset clauses relative to regulations. They have a very short time to do it. Some of the others is the 1-to-10 ratio for every new regulation. They have to take 10 regulations out. Cost neutralization for new regulations. So I don't want to go through all the orders, but I would like to ask and maybe put it on the agenda for future tracking. I hope the answer is not a lot of impact, but nevertheless, it has the potential of high impact, what we do at the Hanford site. So my question is there awareness with EPA and DOE that those are in progress right now, some real short times? And there's some other, and if so, what's happening with the organizations relative to the Hanford site? Looks like you may be following that. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So with respect to some of the broader initiatives in the federal administration and the directives around, 1 for 10, that kind of thing, it is hard to sort of be able to see immediate changes. I know that the Region 10 staff are committed to clean up and committed to ensuring that the site gets to a place where it's safe. I think generally speaking, there's energetics that go into regulations projects, right? That's staff time. And over time, you can have a lot of things remaining on the books just because it becomes not a priority to address. And so I think that there's a lot of value that can come from kind of cleaning up the books, if you will. A lot of that work will be happening out of headquarters and not something that will be immediately sort of a workload for our staff in Region 10, as I understand it. But as I said, the statutes remain in place, and our staff in Region 10 remain committed to ensuring good and credible cleanup at the site.
So Ed, thank you for the question, but I'm going to defer to my time because this is EPA and Ecology's time, and I don't want to take any time away from them. So, but you're welcome to ask the same question and when Q&A for me. So thank you.
Oh, more with the board that maybe it's something we need to address on an ongoing basis to just get feedback from these two organizations as to how this going on. There are several others below these major ones. Racial protection standards I'm on the forum to work with those with both the NRC and the DOE. And we're looking at some fairly major changes and includes both occupational dose and public dose. And we're looking to clean up 50 years of bad regulations in one swoop. So there's chaos, there's opportunity, and we're going to take the opportunity. So, well, thank you for your comments. And I propose we make this an ongoing question as we move along.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Richard Bloom. As a reminder, if you'd like to enter queue, you can flip your name tent as Richard had it. And if you're on Teams, you can raise your hand in the software. Go ahead, Richard.
Ms. Pocan, your comment about cleaning up things, I went back, did the calculation. I started working out at Hanford site in 1980. I started cleaning up the Hanford site 1984, probably. That's when I started getting into the waste end of the Hanford site. And so for over 40 years, I have worked to clean up the Hanford site and took 6 years off to help clean up Rocky Flats. I actually circle-sized one of the buildings at Rocky Flats. I convinced the manager of it. But baggage, most of you are not aware, there is a database called the WIDS database that you cannot remove anything from it. There is no process. But the tri-party agreement created that. And so I wrote the obituary for PFP, Plutonium Finishing Plant. And well, here's a list of all the WIDS sites. Well, we have to keep them. Look, the baggage of WIDS is probably 10,000 items that keep getting reviewed and reviewed and reviewed and reviewed. Get a process to end it, to get them removed. I beg you, it is a burden on anybody doing paperwork out there. It's a simple burden, but yeah, somebody spilled something in 1982. What? I had a waste box burn up in the backyard of PFP in 1962. Look, that's all been dug up, but I can't remove that item. So that's one thing that could be done to make things better, to get to the end, because we'll never get there.
I appreciate that. So I'm not, as you anticipated, I'm not familiar with the database. Can you spell it out for me? What is it again?
It's WIDS. It's Waste Identification and Disposition System. It's a process that's off the side of TPA. It was generated there. There's a form you fill out, but no process to kill it. And so, it's one of those low-hanging fruit that just if somebody decides to do it, it just will reduce some of the burden.
Can you give me a little bit more context around what the burden is and what the consequences are for folks doing work to have?
Because when you write the closure documents of a site, or the non-closure in case of plutonium finishing plant, is you have to go back and look at what's everything in the database. Or yeah, well, we dug that site up, but okay, so it's still on the books. People have to manage that forever, type of thing. And so, a spill that happened years and years and years ago, nobody's going to do anything about it. They did something at the time, but there's no way to disposition it.
So I'll live a little dangerously and share a couple of off the cuff thoughts, with the caveat that, of course, I've got a lot of really great people at Region 10 that may provide me better counsel. For Alaska DEC, my former job, that was an observation that we had shared with us about spills in Alaska, right? That everything had to be reported, and then it's on the list for forever. And it didn't matter if it was something discrete that was into secondary containment and we know was entirely contained and dug up and taken away, it's on the list. And that could serve as a source of frustration for a variety of reasons. And there is, I think maybe an efficiency in limiting the things that folks have to look at if you know that it's been taken care of, you know it's been eliminated. On the other hand, we have cleanup standards, and sometimes over time, based on new science, those standards change. And so having some record and way to look at, well, what was there before, and are we still comfortable with where things are at? So I can kind of see that there may be some pros and cons to both approaches, but I think it's a worthy conversation that I'd be happy to engage with our folks and learn more about. So thank you for raising that.
So before we move to our next person in queue, Rose, do you want to add your comment as context for this discussion?
Oh, I guess I can. I just wanted to make the comment that Yakima Nation actually is still actively, currently still using the WIDS data in some of the work that we are currently doing, and what you said with regards to cleanup standards and the changes and whatnot. So having that information still readily available for us, I just wanted to put it out there. It's not like it's not being used. We are in fact using it. We are in fact have in an active way. So just wanted to share that with the group that it's good for us right now. It's good that it's still there.
All right. And Rob, if you'll grant us a bit more patience, Tom has another contextual item to note.
Yeah, so the WIDS database has all the known or suspected waste sites, and there are a lot of them. But there is also a process for closing out those waste sites once they're cleaned up. There's a form that the TPA agencies sign, and that formally closes out the waste site after a record of decision is implemented. That still exists in WIDS, but the coding gets changed as cleaned up or closed out. So it's still there, but it's closed out.
Show me one that's closed.
Okay, I'll get you a couple.
So, well, thank you, everyone. Sounds like that will be a continuing discussion for another venue. All right, Rob, thank you for your patience. You're up next.
I don't know where to begin on this one. I guess we need to put some things in perspective, and I welcome you, and it's a big challenge and paying attention. But cleanup is too slow. Okay, we've been trying to clean up the site for 25 years. We've got 2,000 gallons treated and disposed of. That's embarrassing. Part of the reason why it takes so long is our bureaucratic process. We have to work together so we know what we're doing and do it faster. We can't just sit there and, for example, WIDS, you're just talking about it. Has anybody talked to the workers to see how they're using it? Okay, and I just want to say that every day we're not cleaning up these tanks is a day closer they're leaking more. Okay, we've already got over 20 vessels have leaked over the history, and they're way beyond their design life. There should be nothing holding us back from getting that waste out and progressing on handling it. We have new technologies being developed. We need to absorb them and get them in functioning quick and get it done. I'm just so, there's no reason why it took, almost 12 years to get the cesium and strontium capsules into dry storage. There's just no reason why other than our bureaucratic process. And so yeah, I know it's big and I know it's very involved and that sort of thing, but we really need to start working on the efficiencies here. We need to clean up this waste on the site. And my membership on this board is also very long. And we've installed values to what our decisions are being made. People are following. We have flow charts. We have We have really tried to help clean up the site, and yet 25 years, nothing's been done, really. We got a lot of construction and then a stop. We got permit extensions, we got this, that, we had the whole holistic agreement, which was embargoed from us knowing exactly what we're negotiating and what we're talking about. And then at the last minute, we get this flush of information about the WEIR process and that. And so do your best to inform us and keep us up to speed on what's going on, but really get in and try to figure out the efficiencies. Do we really need this third, fourth, fifth review of this thing to give DOE the permission to do it and clean up? And you know, there are things that we put in place here that weren't available 20 years ago. And I'm really glad for that. And they're going to lead to a lot, but we need to start using them. It's kind of silly that 2018 was when we started talking about the routing of waste that's cleaned up by an ion exchange process. Holy smokes. And we get the first ones, what, 7, 8 years later? Why? I mean, and somebody's got to reflect to that as we're not putting the urgency to cleaning up this site that I really think that we need to put. Thank you.
So I might let Heather offer thoughts that she has with respect to the vitrification and the tank waste specifically, as I understand Washington is lead on that. But I guess a few higher level thoughts. One, I hear your impatience. I share it. I think that has been, you know, one of the things that has been really quite clear from EPA headquarters generally with respect to the Superfund program is a sense of impatience around how long it can take us to really make measurable progress at sites in terms of actual on the ground cleanup. At the same time, as a lifelong or career-long public servant and in defense of bureaucrats, often those processes do bring a lot of value to the table, right? Like having levels of review or ensuring something's carefully thought through, make sure that when it does happen, it happens as well as it can and correctly. Sometimes slow is fast, depending on the circumstances, as a general principle. That said, I think there's broad recognition that for the Superfund program generally, we want to give some careful thought to where we can both ensure that site cleanup is happening in a credible and good way, and where are there efficiencies that we can find, and to maybe not get so hung up sometimes on you know, taking too much time, and where we find that balance between where do we find good and appropriate approaches, and weighing that against how long things are taking and kind of working through that. So your concern is obviously valid, and I think it'll be sort of an ongoing endeavor to generally for the program nationally to figure out ways that we can do the work better. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, Rob, for the comment. I completely agree with you in principle. And then in practice, you know, I think about like the 2000, you know, the test bed initiative. That was an example of an effort, you know, a pilot effort to figure out how to shorten what has been a bureaucratic process, right? You know, there is some value in going slow to go fast. Not only is this technology leading edge, we don't have places in the world that we've necessarily done this. We also are thinking about the regulatory framework in which we can go ahead and do some of this work. And so you know, it's been decades in the making, but the things that we have coming up this fall are examples of how we can continue to push through. And then I think my last comment will be someplace that I started in my opening remarks. The priority is to ensure sufficient funding for energy at Hanford. Right now, you know, we finally made it above $3 billion, but in order to remain on the trajectory to hit the cleanup as it's you know, scheduled out in the 2080s, we're going to need more than $6 billion. So energy has to have sufficient funding in order to be able to deliver on the things that we've identified either in the holistic agreement, the tank waste mission, whatever we have work to do, we've got to ensure sufficient funding.
I would agree in that funding is critical. And if you're thinking about it, but every year we speed up, we save that many $1 billion. And so that's one thing. I would like all the reviewers here to take a pledge. The fact that when you get a document or permit to review, you stick to the timetable that's legally there. We got to quit asking for extensions of these things that go 6 months, 9 months, years for the holistic agreement. Why did we do that? Okay. And those are the kind of things that that we as citizens need to press our delegates and our people that represent us. Let's stick to it. Chop, chop.
Okay, so we have a queue that'll start with Chris, and then we'll move to Pam. Chris, you're up.
This comment's directed toward ecology. I really applaud your comments on lobbying for funding for DOE for cleanup at this site, and urge you to do everything you can to more. Because the biggest concern I have is that sometime in the future, Congress is going to look at the cost to clean up this site in the 2087 now, according to the latest cost schedule and scope report, at $360 some odd dollars, and say, we don't have that kind of money. DOE write a going out of business plan. The money just isn't going to be there. So I think anything ecology, I don't think EPA can lobby, but anything ecology can do to ensure that funding, I think would be great, because that is my biggest concern, that the funding won't be there to get the site cleaned up in any reasonable time or unreasonable time.
All right. So next we'll move to Pam, then we'll have Ed and Chuck after that.
Rob, I take exception to your statement that things aren't getting done. When I first joined the board, our local congressman, Doc Hastings, took a tour out to see C-reactor. It was snowing inside the building. That's how porous it was. All the reactors are cocooned. They're safe. The groundwater cleanup in the 100 area is spectacular. It's ongoing, very efficient. Plutonium finishing plant is gone. I toured it when they were processing plutonium. We had to suit up, take our shoes off. It was quite an ordeal. The first HAB tour of PFP, Dennis Falk was the regional administrator. He had worked at PFP. I think they were getting their suits off. He nearly ran out of the building in his underwear when the criticality alarm went off. It was an accident of the alarm system, but it scared the hell out of the HAB members. We're ready to process tank waste at the vitrification plant. And you think about the technology advancement from where we started and the gigantic pretreatment facility. They're separating the cesium and strontium out of the tank waste very efficiently. And they're just doing an excellent job. So as I leave the board, I am so impressed at what has been accomplished. And as we're seeing reductions in federal funding and federal programs, I think we're going to be okay, because I think we're ready to proceed. And a lot of people have worked their hearts out to achieve this. So I just want to say thank you for what's been accomplished. And that's enough. Thank you.
All right.
So I'd like to go back to my opening statement that if you look at what this plethora of executive orders are rated to our industry and associated industries, the message is clear. It's all about getting the money, spending less money. And the direction really is, in general, if the framework is in place, sorry, I'm going to say it, but change the framework of how we're doing business. That's what the cost reductions are supposed to be. It's supposed to be more efficient operations. The forum I'm working on is a joint forum between the NRC and the DOE. We're changing things. It's going to be kind of a shock to a lot of people. We're getting rid of ALARA. We're reducing that. We're putting our report is that to put together a concise and formal dose to the public that's true across the board. Solid Waste Act, Solid Air Act, uranium facility cleanups. Everybody has the same dose to the public, and we can work towards that. The same risk analysis. So I doubt you're going to get $6 billion because he's made it really clear, the president, that we're wanting cost neutral from this point forward. That is the message, and we've got to recognize that. So be prepared. Like there's the September 1st deadline for the sunset clause things. Or how are we doing on that? It's a forum regarding changing radiation health and safety standards for both EPA, DOE, and the NRC. And we're really correcting stuff. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I think my response maybe is a question back. You said think about changing the framework. As one of the people in the room that's probably newer to Hanford, and I think maybe I am in particular in a position to benefit from the experience in the room. Do you have? Can you sort of fill that statement out a little bit? Can you share a little bit more about what you mean in terms of changing the framework, and do you have thoughts around specifically the types of things that we should be considering at EPA?
Well, we can do that. We can maybe do that offline. I mean, it's probably a very lengthy discussion at some time, but I will tell you from the radiation protections, the U.S. approach to radiation protection standards are up to 50 years out of date compared with the rest of the world. So it's time. And we're going to take this opportunity to fix that, a lot of that. So I'll be glad to meet with you later on. We can talk, but it could be lengthy.
Yeah, thank you. I actually, wanted to come back and respond a bit to Chris's comment, and then also think about it as a challenge for us here. So we are, in particular, this body with ecology have a very powerful voice, and I know that we have used it collectively as we've written back to Congress. We have members, congressional members who are highly interested and work very hard to secure funding for this state, for the Hanford site. We need to obviously continue to do that. The diversity in this room, the years of experience, we are advocating. This is a long-standing partnership between the state, members of this board, EPA, and energy. And in this case, the state and members of this board can do a lot, and we need to continue to do that. And though I see and hear, the $3 billion, and that's where we should stay pat. Y'all have been at this a really long time, and the administration changes. We never should slow down in our pressure to secure sufficient funding for this site.
Thank you. I understand that, but there is a point that I think we're going to see a lot of pushback from the administration on that. That is the point of the executive order to the EPA and the DOE, to stay cost neutral from this point forward. That means $3 billion a year, regardless of how the pushback is. It will be highly debatable whether that goes one way or the other direction, but nevertheless, I think what we all have to do here at Hanford, as well as both the organizations and the board, is have a good rationale to move forward from this. And my apologies, but this is the framework now, is not going to be the right. Other organizations are seizing the opportunity to move forward with. The NRC is doing a lot right now with these executive orders. I'm on one board, but I'm hearing from the other forums regarding nuclear safety and licensing, and they're picking up the flag and moving with it pretty hard. So I would suggest we maybe could take a look at that, step back, ask ourselves some hard questions about why are we doing this? You know, if we save 1 year of cleanup, that's $3 to $6 billion of savings. 1 year, that's a lot. I'd love to divide that money amongst the board sitting here right now, if we could do that. So that's the kind of thinking we got to do. Understand we've been doing a lot of this for a long time. It's time to interject some fresh ideas.
I totally agree. I just mean, when I'm saying we've been doing this a long time, the power of persistence, right? I am one for making adjustments when and how we need to be able to make adjustments. I also believe some of the successes that we'll begin to experience in the coming weeks or months are going to be really powerful towards helping bring some new momentum and perspective. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to change this next year or 2 years from now in the funding, but I completely agree to keep the focus on how much we will save in taxpayer dollars if we make the progress or invest now.
Okay. Well, I'll say I've been working in nuclear power plant decommissionings for quite a few years before I came here. It's a different approach to doing it, and they've been highly successful at a very reasonable cost. So there's some good lessons to learn there. You know, power persistence versus let's look at new ways to do things.
All right, Chuck, did you still have a question or comment?
I'm going to pontificate for a moment. I worked out at Hanford for 30+ years. I agree with what you're saying, Rob, but I will also look to the contractors. For those of us with long-term memories, we remember when the contractor put in faulty pumps so they could claim award fee. I've watched pencil whipping happen out there. That's why the regulators are there, because contractors will abuse major contracts. So that is part of the problem. Sometimes the regulators are the other part of the problem, because I have to put a barrier here and it stops 7 things instead of the 1 thing. So it's always that balance. So I do appreciate it. But I would also say, just historically, there's always been animosity between the regulators, DOE, and contractors. That has changed in the last 5 years. The holistic agreement, I think, was a huge step forward in establishing relationships and trust. And Hanford has never been a site based on trust. It's been a site based on secrecy. It's been a site based on my way or no way. And we have hit that opposition time and time again. And I would say Hanford, in terms of problem solving, has finally reached a mature place where everybody's in the same library looking at the same book. Before, we couldn't even get in the same street. So I think it is much more hopeful than it's ever been. And, you know, I appreciate the comments, but I also appreciate the progress we've made. So I'll get off my soapbox.
All right, who else would like to ask a question or express their comments, thoughts? So once in a meeting opportunity. So remember, if you're online, you can raise your hand.
I might take the last comment as an opportunity to express my gratitude to Brian. I don't know all of the history around what the relationship has been, but I do know that when he stepped into his acting role, into that capacity, he set up some time with me to have a conversation, to introduce himself, to open that line of communication. So from my perspective, and with the support of the Region 10 staff that know a lot more than I do, from my perspective, things have been fairly good, right? Brian's been straightforward and was proactive about reaching out to establish a relationship early on in his tenure and in mine.
Final call for questions and comments. Okay, Rob.
I just, the real important things that we had in the last 4 or 5 years was finally we have a 5-year plan. Okay. And we didn't have this in 2012 or 14. You know, these were not available. So we know where DOE's heading. Okay. So it should be no surprise when we get permits and permit discussions, because it's all right there. And I think that's so important, was the 5-year plan. And I hope it keeps up, because it's really divided things up into risk reduction and cleanup and then infrastructure. And we all understand that. And this, is A1. Yeah.
And then we have Amber with a comment.
I don't have a lot to offer to add, but I just wanted to thank you for taking a tour of the site, taking your valuable time to learn about the cleanup and to be here today with us. So that's a great start to hopefully what will be a great relationship with the Hanford Advisory Board. So I just really appreciated you being here and sharing your commitment to working towards the cleanup. So I just, sorry I was late. I was driving down from Spokane, but I really appreciate you being here and taking the time, and that Mr. Sixkiller was also here yesterday to tour the site. So thank you very much.
All right, the second last call. All right, I think that's it. Thank you so much for sharing your morning with us. And a question to Brian and Susan. How would you like to move forward from this point? We're about 20 minutes early.
Okay, so we were scheduled for a break at 10 o'clock. It is almost 20 till. We can take a short break and then come back and cover the agency updates, Brian, or we can roll right into it. Okay.
I think that the break is not only important for coffee and bio breaks, but really the opportunity to talk to people one-on-one, take full advantage of that. So I'm good with the break, and then we'll get back to it.
Thank you. Well, we're trying to be respectful of your time also. We really appreciate you being here, all three of you, but especially, we know you're busy. So, okay, so we're going to take a break until 10 o'clock.
All right, we'll come back at an even 10 o'clock. See you then, everyone. All right, the excitement is dying down. I think we're ready to move on to our next presentation. Mr. Harkins, are you ready?
Well, good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to come and discuss Hanford. It really is an exciting time as we look forward to the VIT plant operations and the startup, and then what comes after that. So I'm going to walk you through a fairly short presentation with the intent to leave as much time as possible for questions. I would like to say thank you to Susan and to Maya for their leadership and help in the board, and to those that are going off the board this year, thank you for all that you've done in helping Hanford move forward and helping the department in decision-making processes. Those of you that are still participating on the board, thank you, and I look forward to working more with you in the future. So I'm going to be at a disadvantage because I actually can't see my slides behind me. If I look over my shoulder, it's both because I'm a little scared and also to see what's on the slide. So next slide, please. So you've all seen this slide. It's just the site map and the priority for safe cleanup of the site. And I will tell you that the importance of the mission is has not diminished. The need to safely clean up this site to protect the workers, the public, the economy, everything about what we love and know about the Northwest, all hinges on our continued press on cleaning up the Hanford site. I've been here, I was remarking, I think it is the end of next week. It'll be 32 years that I started here. And it has been a journey to get here. Those of you that have been here a long time will remember some of the first projects I started on was a Hanford burping tank. And over the years, we've progressed in areas where there were risk reduction that really needed to happen. For example, we just completed the, thank you. That's awesome. That's awesome. We just completed what we call the big dig, and that is to remove a tremendous amount of soil that was contaminated with diesel in the K area that is right next to the river. And so while we often talk about the radiological concerns that Hanford poses, it's far bigger than that because of the hazardous chemicals and the location of the river. And so the department focused a lot of energy and time while we were preparing for vitrification to try and reduce some of the risks to the river. We've made some progress that have been substantial. Closing the K basins was a huge step forward, but it's not done. It just means that we have to focus on the more important risk of the tank waste mission while we work forward in reducing the risk that the waste in those tanks poses. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read all the numbers here, but it just does show you some of the progress and what goes on at Hanford. Hanford is an amazing task, and there is an amazing amount of work going on. This is the 12th year in a row that we've treated more than 2 billion gallons of groundwater. And when you look at the plume maps, they have dramatically reduced the plume, changed the water flow in a positive way underneath the site, and recovered a tremendous amount of chemicals. That effort doesn't end, as far as I know yet, right? Maybe someday it'll come to an end, but the importance of that groundwater treatment is very important in the protection of the river, protection of the public. 9 reactors, 1 preserved as a national park, 7 of them put in interim stabilization. K West is going that direction, and hopefully in the next couple years we'll be able to do that work. A huge step forward. But as was mentioned earlier, there's a life cycle cost report it's updated every 3 years. We just updated it, and one of the things that we brought in was the very last task in that scheme was to tear down the reactors. And that's more than 60 years from now. Imagine a mission that has more than 60 years to get to completion. It's a huge job, but very important. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about where we're at today, some of the activities that are ongoing. So start in the top left-hand corner. The season capsule movements, as mentioned earlier, moving that to dry storage, huge risk reduction in that if there was ever a seismic event and we lost water, we didn't have an alternative but to keep adding water until we could stop the leak. And so moving these capsules into dry storage, while it's not the final disposition for these capsules, puts the site in a much safer condition for workers and the environment. So these capsules, without proper shielding, can provide lethal doses of radiation. And so it's very important that they're treated with respect, and the risk reduction is a huge step forward. We anticipate starting that activity right after the beginning of the fiscal year. So sometime this fall, we'll start putting the capsules in the dry storage. It's anticipated to be a 3-year project, but then we'll treat the water like we did in K bases and dispose of it, and stabilize the pool. And then now that risk has been reduced and the facility demolition can be put on the list for a future activity. Vitrification, I don't know where to start on it except this. The plant, LAW plant, and all the support facilities, the laboratory out there, we are so close to starting that thing up. We've gone through almost all of the demonstrations to demonstrate the off-gas treatment system using simulates. We've had both melters up fully operating and pouring simulate glass. The activities right now are in the final shakedown for startup. We have an obligation to provide some data still from the off-gas treatment. So we have one more test run to provide data to the state for their review, and then they should be ready to issue the permits, and we're ready to start that thing. 36 years after the site declared that we're no longer plutonium production, now we're a cleanup site, we'll be starting the first final treatment of tank waste. Been too long, and I'm pretty excited about it. Very important. With that comes what comes after that. And that's the operations of grout. So being able to open 2 waste fronts, huge. To be able to get into West Tank Farms earlier, huge process, a step forward in addressing the tank waste. I mentioned earlier the load out of contaminated soil, the picture in the bottom right-hand corner of the big dig. Again, not radioactive, but diesel. But it's a stone throw from the river, and really important that that was removed and moved to a permitted disposal site so that it doesn't impact the environment and the public. And finally, it was mentioned earlier, the test bed initiative to demonstrate that we could treat tank waste and ship it for disposal off-site at a permitted waste sites, that we would meet their waste acceptance criteria to demonstrate the viability of grout. The PNL has done a tremendous amount of work on developing the grout formulations for us and ongoing environmental testing to demonstrate the viability of those formulas, and being able to continue to process waste in multiple fronts to progress the mission at a faster rate is really important as we move forward. Next slide, please. So where do we go after VIT, after the strontium capsules, seasoned strontium capsules? Well, I started up at the top left-hand corner with going 24/7. So 24/7 operations while have people out there right now and do a lot of work on back shifts and weekends. 24/7 will be a new thing for us to every day think about how to keep that VIT plant operational and to get the maximum we can out of it, to move waste around the tank farms routinely. You know, back in the day when I was out in the field, we may have done a waste transfer once in every 2 or 3 months. Now talking about waste transfers 2 or 3 times a day. So it will be different for us. There's a growing process where we'll go from where we are today to where we truly are feeding waste to the vitrification plant, retrieving waste out of the single shells into double shelled, and moving the waste around the tank farms to support all of those operations. So it is a growth opportunity. It will be a change for us. There's been a lot of preparatory work to demonstrate our capabilities and that we're ready with the startup of LAW. At the same time, we can only demonstrate things so much. And so as we start up the LAW operations, we'll start pretty slow. We'll be very careful in how we approach this and make sure that we're safe, that we have our processes and our training in place, that the people understand the roles, and so that we can continue to do safely before we really start maximizing the output of the plant. My guess is it'll take as long as it takes, but probably won't see full production out of that plant for the first year. It's going to take a while to make sure everything works and maybe have to make some changes. That plant was built over years. We're wringing it out, but I'm sure there's going to be opportunities where some of the equipment will need to be changed out, improved as we understand more about operating the plant. The next picture is a picture of our current water supply, the pumps on the river. We have 2 stations. Those pump stations were built in the 1940, 43. This was a picture from back there, but if you were to take a picture today, it would look much different. And so they supply all the water on the site. The good news is it was originally designed for when we had operating reactors and we had a pile of pumps and system capacity. The bad news is you cannot buy parts. You cannot get electrical parts for it. You cannot get mechanical parts for those pumps. They're amazing. We still have pumps that were manufactured in the 30s that are running in those facilities today, but we're robbing other pumps for parts to keep them running. So in the future, we're going to have to figure out, and this is just one example of how to have the infrastructure in place to support the cleanup mission. It means both capacity and reliability, but also means a moving target as the cleanup mission moves around the site. We'll have to ensure the infrastructure is there to support the mission. So there's planning on the roads, on the water supply, the septic systems, all of those components that we supply that no one ever thinks about till they break, right? When the water goes down, then we start worrying about it, right? But that infrastructure needs for a 60+ year mission will have to be addressed as we move forward. 324 building, huge, important role there. As was mentioned earlier, there is a amendment to the ROD out in public comment period right now. The approach that we're proposing is a little faster and a little cheaper and far more protective for the workers. So from my perspective, it is definitely the right thing to do. So the protective of the workforce, the issue is had anticipated using the hot cell and digging the floor out of the hot cell. To do that, we had to use the existing cranes in the building. And those cranes are very old and were problematic. And so we were finding a lot of maintenance that we had to go in. We were sending workers into high radiation areas to do maintenance on that equipment. The new approach that we proposed is to take the building cold and dark so it's stable, and then grout the cell in so that the contamination in the cell is stable. Tear the building structure off down to the slab, then put a temporary building over the top of that, and then use remote equipment to tear out the slab and dig up the contaminated soil, put the contaminated soil in shielded boxes. So that remote equipment has been used at Idaho and other locations successfully. That temporary structure, think of a large building over the top of it, has been successful in ensuring that we can control the activities while we're there. So we look forward to that activity. I will say we do benefit from the building being there in that there's no water pressure, no snow and rainwater that gets to the plume. And so when we start tearing down the building, we have to progress to the temporary structure as quickly as possible so that we can make sure the plume doesn't move. I mentioned grout earlier. Grout is literally a game changer for us. It opens 2 waste processing fronts. Not a lot of people understand how HLW and LAW work. But when HLW comes online, the waste streams coming off the high-level waste facility fully occupy the LAW facility. And so without an alternative or supplemental treatment process, which is grout is the one we're pursuing, it would mean that our ability to retrieve tanks and move waste in the tank farms would be impacted eventually. Before the HLW is complete, we would start waterlogging in our systems. We need to be able to continue to process, both for the importance of getting rid of the waste, but also just the importance of the high-level waste processing mission. So grout is a alternative that on every sense and every test looks like it's very viable. more cost-effective method of treating waste, and will make a huge difference. Also believe that with a little bit of operation of grout, it'll also identify new opportunities that we really want to find to accelerate the mission. So it's my hope that grout is just the next point to take another step forward. All right, my last slide. So it is my hope that the HAB, the department, EPA, and ecology will continue to grow our relationship. Each of the entities have a different role to play, an important role. As I've had the opportunity to be in this position as acting manager, one of the things that really struck me is how little people understand what's going on at Hanford, the need to progress the mission when you got out of Tri-Cities. I've had opportunity to go and talk to Wenatchee or other locations, and they've driven by the site, but they didn't know what happened there in the past, and definitely don't know a lot about what's going on now. And so the HAB provides a very important role in helping us understand the community perspective. The Hanford has benefited from strong congressional support. I hope we continue to benefit from that, but we also need to reach out to the public and get more public involvement, more public understanding of what we're doing, and more public involvement and support for future work. I think it was mentioned earlier, one of the worst things you could think of is that there would be a loss of support and with the Hanford cleanup, and we have to progress the mission. This is not a optional cleanup. It has to be done. And in my opinion, we need to progress as quickly as possible. Again, thank you for the time, and I purposefully tried to keep my remarks short so that I gave you opportunity to answer questions. I'll do my best. Just remember, this is a new role for me, and if you see me get a little twitchy, it's because I have a lot to learn. Thank you.
So I think at this point in time, we're open to questions. Tom preemptively raised his tent, but as a reminder, if anyone wants to interview, you can do so by the example that he set, or if you're on Teams, you can raise your hand in Teams. Tom, you're up.
Thanks for the presentation and the willingness to engage in dialogue. It's great to see that continued commitment to engagement and outreach. You mentioned the 324 preferred alternative is taking down the building first, and the building is a really nice umbrella. It stops the water from getting to the waste and moving to the river. Are you concerned at all when you take down the building that the water used for dust suppression is going to, break through the umbrella? And was there any consideration to build the temporary structure over the building and then take down the building in enclosure so you minimize that dust suppression?
Thanks. So the first question, there is grave concern that we have to be extremely careful with the dust suppression or use a different technology than water to suppress the dust during the building D&D. We can't allow the water from the D&D efforts to enter the ground soil, and so they are looking at how exactly they'll do that effort. And then the second thing is it became a magnitude issue. The structure becomes so large just for the D&D of the building itself, and the view was that the D&D activities on the building have been done before successfully without an external building, but the soils, that's a different one. That one has to be treated very carefully, both for the workers as well as you don't want to make the problem worse. And so that's where we've deployed the temporary structures in the past successfully, but they're a lot smaller, right? We just need enough space to cover the dig area and the size of equipment in there. So not nearly as tall and not nearly as big. So thank you.
I've had that open the whole time. Next up, we have Pam, Ed, and then Mia. Pam, you're up.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very encouraging. And also, I was impressed by hearing the regulatory agencies' optimism about working with you and your leadership, and that's just awesome. From a personal perspective, I really appreciate your interest in the HAB and your willingness to engage with us. Things were going badly previously, and particularly the people that are going to be replacing me for Benton County. We have Al Farabee and Craig Cameron, and Craig is going to be the alternate. And if he was not going to be allowed to speak, it was pointless to ask somebody with that experience to engage with the HAB. And now it looks like we're kind of going back to the way we were. And thank you very much for that.
Next up, we have Ed.
Well, thanks for the presentation, Brian. I have two comments for you. First comment is, I think a lot of people, when you say grout, some of the metal imaging is what you get out of Home Depot. Yeah. It is not that. It is a highly structured material that has less permutation than concrete, and it's a really unique, interesting product. So grout is maybe, it's a good way to describe it, but it also does not give you the appropriate image of what it does. Is that, am I speaking correctly?
Yeah, you're correct. I mentioned P&L, the work that they've done.
Yeah,
so they have developed grout formulations that are tailored to the waste stream. Mm-hmm. That they call them getters, but they have specific things that in that waste stream. So some of the heavy metals and stuff like that lock those down, and that's what that environmental testing that we've done for a number of years on site to demonstrate. So thank you for that help, Ed. Yeah, I appreciate it.
The second comment is having worked commercially with vitrification in the past, one of our biggest problems in commercial production of vitrification with borosilicate gas is precipitation. Very difficult to control. Hopefully you have some feedback mechanisms. I'll say two things. One, hopefully you have some feedback to let you know when a particular log has precipitated. But then the second comment is maybe we shouldn't care. So just a commentary for you. That was one of our biggest concerns. Process worked great, and then same material, same feed, same temperatures, and one log came out was fine, and the other one had precipitation at the bottom. So
thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next up, we'll have Mia and then Richard. Go ahead, Mia.
Josh, can you put me at the end of the queue as well? If other names come forward, just put me at the end, please. I have more than one question. Brian, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask specifically about if you could share more about the incidents at tank farms that caused a week-long safety shutdown, pausing non-essential operations, and holding all hands meetings with its workforce, including management, to discuss the recent spike in events potentially affecting safety. And that was reported in a DNFSB report recently. I'm curious what was learned by this week-long stand down. Why did it happen? And how the issues have been addressed, if they have been.
Thank you. So you are correct. We had the week-long stand down. We had a number of minor events, minor meaning that we almost didn't hurt anybody. I say not almost didn't hurt anybody because, some of the events were trips and falls. Somebody reading their phone and tripped over a parking bumper and broke their knee, I think it was. So there's not injury free. Don't get me wrong, but thankfully it wasn't. Somebody was contaminated or something like that. But mostly what we had was process problems where somebody that wasn't following the procedure or wasn't didn't have the proper respect for how the process works. So in our nuclear safety world, we credit in our safety basis very specific controls. And if those controls aren't followed, we have grave concerns because that could lead to an event. Thankfully, all of the problems and issues were non-events. They were found and reported, but they shouldn't have occurred in the first place. There's a lot of training, a lot of process, and a lot of defense in depth that should have and did in some cases catch the issue before they became an event. But we had enough of them that it showed there was a cultural issue, and that is you have to have respect for what we're doing out there. So if you take the risks, if you take the process lightly, you will end up in hurting someone. You will end up in the event. You will end up with damaged equipment. So the contractor paused the work. They initiated on their own. It was not a DOE directed activity. And they had a series of meetings with the staff. I participated in a little bit, and I had people that attended others. Part of it was to make sure that the culture was correct. Part of it was to listen to why we were where we were at, so that we could figure out how to go forward. So I've heard the discussions were in very impactful or useful in understanding why people did what they did. For the people, for the most part, it seems rational when they're doing it, and yet when you stop and pause and look back on it, you say, why did that occur? Well, if you don't ask the people why it seemed rational, you can't learn from it. And so the outcome so far has been good. So what we're really looking at is those low-level events where no one was hurt, no equipment was damaged, no releases to environment, but there's still a problem. We didn't follow the process. We didn't have the right people involved. We didn't ask the right questions. We didn't follow the procedures. There's been a reduction, a dramatic reduction in those events, and that's positive indicator, not conclusive. Both time as well as continued diligence and vigilance will tell us whether the cultural change has occurred. If not, we need to take the time to make sure it does. We have great people, we have the processes, but you should never take what we do out there for granted.
Next up, we have Richard and then Chris.
I guess my questions are on the testbed initiative. I saw the announcement that it's been grouted and disposed. Have the containers returned to the site? No.
The containers were disposed of at the disposal site. They were not. They were one use only.
Okay, so I thought originally since they were that high quality container, the thought was it would be multi-use. Were there any surprises in that process?
I'm not sure I'd say surprises as much as I would say I'm very happy with what happened. So the treatment of the waste was very effective. I'm doing this off the top of my head, but I think it was 99.98% of the radioactivity was removed from the waste. So the dose on that container for 1,000 gallons was less than 0.5 MR per hour. So the pH is high. So don't get me wrong. This is hazardous material, but the radioactivity removal was very effective. And so whatever the path forward going forward, that's important, because what that does is it allows us to work at low doses and protect the people as we work forward. Whether we grout on site or whether we ship as liquid, we're still in the stages of trying to figure that out. But either way, having very effective treatment of that waste was very pleasing.
Well, going back to my history, at Rocky Flats, most of the liquid waste ended up grouting, and there were always surprises every once in a while.
Sure.
It didn't turn into a solid, because, the waste stream, varies, and there's surprises every once in a while. And so that's part of the reason I asked the question. The second question, which is sort of, or second part of this, what was discussed earlier, are we doing an economic analysis of the difference of per gallon going to vit plant, per gallon going to grout? That's where I'll leave it.
Yeah, the answer is yes, and we've done it. So we have the paper, and I'm pretty sure it's probably out in public space. But operations on both will really prove our guesstimate. So the vit plant, for example, what is the operational cost in the vit plant? We have a number that we've budgeted for, but until I run it and really get some experience with it, I won't know precisely what that is. Same thing with grout. We have a lot of studies, and we have the 2,000 gallons, but as we run through that process, we'll learn more about exactly what the costs are.
Well, I didn't expect you to have a number, but just hopefully that we'll see a number come up.
Yeah. So I will say this, without a doubt, grout will be cheaper. No doubt about this. And that's one of its big benefits. So there are several big benefits. Opening 2 waste fronts, cheaper process, disposal out of state, right? Those are big benefits. But I'm going to tell you the fourth big benefit that I hope we accomplish, and that is with 2 different processes, we can now start tailoring the waste stream to the process that does the best treatment. So for example, high organics in grout, they're a lot more of a challenge to grout. But in vit, the thermal destruction in the melter is a big help. So I hope with 2 processes that we'll be able to start tailoring our waste streams to take the most benefit from the treatment process.
Right. And that's why I said sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's not.
So quick note for our folks online before we move on Q. These questions are also open to alternates. That was something we discussed in the administrative review that you may not have heard due to our technical issues. All right, Chris, you're up.
Brian, this has to do with your comment on 24/7 operations. We've seen this slide before where you show the 25 different unit operations. And all the commissioning that you've done so far to date, and plan to do before you actually start routine hot operations, how many of these 25 have come into play as if you were actually doing hot operations? A few of them, a lot of them, all of them, or when you first start hot operations, will that be the first time all 25 of these have to be synchronized?
Yeah, not an easy answer here. Let me say it this way: vit plant itself has demonstrated, the pouring of glass, the simulants and the off gas treatment. So that's farther along. The tank farm side of the equation have demonstrated everything up to transfer of waste through the line to the vit plant. So that one activity, the first time we move rad waste into the plant, will be a first for us. But everything else has been demonstrated, and that transfer has been played out several times. We're not actually moving anything, but there's a coordination between the vit plant and the tank farms that has to occur. So they've demonstrated that. They've demonstrated all the indications work, and they've demonstrated the procedures of what happens if you get an alarm. They've demonstrated all that piece, but we haven't actually transferred rad waste through the line yet. The other transfers in tank farms and stuff like that have been done. The canister movement to IDF. When they come out of IDF, has been demonstrated with non-radioactive glass. So we've taken canisters out of the building, loaded them in the overpacks, transferred them over there, unloaded them, set them into the disposal. So we're really close. But the one thing that we have not been able to do for obvious reasons is we've not transferred rad waste to the WTP facility yet.
Thank you.
All right. I think Rob entered, and then we'll be at the end for Mia.
So several questions come up, but so we sent the TBI waste to two different facilities to have it grouted. Is there a comparison? Did they run into some of the same issues? Do we have? I didn't see a report. I saw one report was published, but it didn't talk about the differences between the two facilities.
So I have limited knowledge here, Rob, so I'll tell you what I know. And that is what we were demonstrating was the viability of liquid to the disposal site and then meeting their waste acceptance criteria. That third one is key no matter what the path forward is. We had to demonstrate that the waste, when it gets there, can be disposed of. So the holistic agreement says that I can grout, but I can't accumulate the grout on site. I have to be able to ship it. I have to have a location to dispose of it, and I have to have be able to ship it when it's created and not accumulate grouted waste that doesn't have a disposal path on site. I have to demonstrate off-site capability. So what we did there was we successfully gave them the liquid. They videotaped and showed us how they treated the liquid. They gave us the lab results that said that we were well within, not even close to their waste acceptance criteria. And that was the real value of what we did there. Going forward, there's more work to be done, but.
Thank you.
All right, Mia, you're up again.
Okay, Josh, can you put me again in the back if there's more people in queue? Okay, I have questions about Tisker. So I'm curious if you can talk through the issues with the ion exchange safety flaw that was raised by the DNFSB, and I can give more details if needed. But I'm curious what exactly is going on there. It sounds like there was that they limited access to the expended ion exchange storage pad to ensure protection to workers. And it sounds like a serious safety concern, especially to workers. Is this a problem that can be fixed as they install new ion exchange columns? And what would the timeline be for that fix? And then if not, how do you manage this problem?
So ongoing, and I don't have all the answers yet. I did see the workers out on the slab last week, so I know that we're able to access the area right now. The issue has to do with ensuring that the heat and the gases that are generated are able to be vented properly. At this point, we anticipate that we'll successfully resolve that issue, but I don't have anything more than that. I don't have any current updates. We're not at this point concerned, other than we just need to go through the proper analysis and reviews to make sure that ventilation on those ion exchange columns works as it needs to work. So,
do you see the new ion exchange columns needing to be redesigned somehow to prevent this once they're expended?
Not at this time. So the design would not be the issue. It's loading,
Okay.
how much waste you can load on them. But
Gotcha.
so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Rebecca.
So Brian, I don't really have a question, but I do have a comment. And I was sitting here thinking about, you were talking about the burping tanks again, and I'm thinking, yeah, we went from burping tanks to, board meetings, you and I, our history. I really just wanted to thank you, for your leadership and your commitment to the HAB. It's kind of given myself, kind of a new hope, for the direction of the Hanford Advisory Board. It's really been, kind of a rocky road. It's been good, and it's been kind of rocky, at times. And so I do think that, every single person in here, has a lot of value, adds a lot of value to this board. And I think you and your department now have, kind of revitalized in a way and given me and I think some other people on this board, a new outlook. And I also appreciate your response, back to, the advice that the LIDS committee had written. And, it was refreshing to be able to get something that was, I feel like, was actually thought out and put on paper as a response. So again, I just wanted to thank you, and hopefully, the relationship with the HAB and the department can, continue to flourish, in the future, whether I'm here or not. So.
Thank you, and congratulations on the new role. And for those of you that didn't quite catch that, back in the day, we were in the farms together. So it's been a long journey to get here. So thank you.
Mia, you have the floor again.
I echo Rebecca's comments, especially thank you for your candor and thoughtfulness and in the responses. It's greatly appreciated. I'm going to move to the law facility now. So again, DNFSB report from June 27th was reported that there were a presence of acids in the system that could result in a failure of the carbon bed vessel and other components in the off-gas system. This sounds to me like a serious corrosion issue, and I was wondering if you could explain this more in detail and talk about if this is something that can be fixed. There were also reports about unexpectedly high nitrogen oxide concentrations and having to restrict the nitrated feed in the law facility. And so I'm curious if this is one of the reasons the milestone was pushed to October, and if you can just talk about this.
So I will tell you that we're learning a lot about the plant. So the testing was intended to provide concentrations that were in excess of what we would do in operations, intentionally to test the off-gas system. As we work through that, we've found stuff that wasn't anticipated, and you mentioned a couple. Right now, we're evaluating how to deal with the acid to see how concentrated it was, and whether it was a localized versus a broader issue. We don't know yet. We're doing sampling of the beds right now on the path forward. It may, the worst case scenario would be a replacement of the media, so that the testing itself was caused enough problems in the system that it required a replacement of the media. But I don't have the answer on that yet. I would tell you that the process was intentionally designed to methodically walk through and start the plant up and test everything we could, both in normal operations as well as in extreme waste loading. And with that, we've learned a lot about the plant that we would not have said in advance was going to either be an issue or that the design wouldn't have adequately handled. So we've addressed some of it. Some of it has been in processes, how we handle things. So for example, how we take those scrubbers offline was an important process. the carbon beds themselves can hold up nitrous oxide, and taking them offline can cause them to release the nitrous oxide, was not an anticipated event. How much was held up in the bed was not something we anticipated. And so it's caused changes in our processes. We've added some new capabilities. But having said that, be very clear, we have a lot to learn. And that's why the approach in startup will be very slow, methodical. And the best I can liken this to is if people have ever worked in the naval nuclear propulsion area, is that we are doing sea trials on the first of a kind platform. And when you do that, some things work exactly as they should. Some things didn't get installed right and need to be addressed. And some things probably should have never been designed that way. And so you either have to figure out what to do with it by limiting the ability of the platform, or you have to replace it with something else. We're going to go through that for the next year. As we go through the process, we'll get more knowledge on the plant, how it operates, how the systems work. It's a very complex system. And more experience on what to do when indications are here and you want to manipulate valves, how they affect the systems. And so there'll be continued, I don't want to say surprises, but there will be continued effort to make that plan or that plant be optimal in its performance. And at this point, we're literally in the middle of that right now. So
If you do need to change the carbon bed, do you know how much time is that readily available? How much time would that take?
yeah, it's about a 3-week job. So it is impactful. So.
And can you speak a little to the ammonia releases as well that kind of keep happening? I know there was I think at the last full board meeting, I believe Brian Vance talked about tightening some of the because of the changes in temperature that some of the, I'm not going to explain it right, but it seems to keep occurring, and I was wondering if you could kind of speak to that.
Yeah, so as the plant started up in the testing and we added ammonia to the systems, one of the first things we found was that the valves that were installed that have sat there for a long time had leaks. They were small leaks, but they were detectable. Ammonia, thankfully, is something that you can smell. And so we had some leaks. And so that's what Brian Vance was talking about, is that we had some valves where we had to go in and tighten the stem materials. I believe there was some that had to be replaced over time. We have also had at least one example of where the painters in there in a building opened the valve accidentally. They bumped it, opened it, and that was one of our events. So the system is working well now, and it's not like it leaks. I also will tell you that how we handle and treat those ammonia leaks has been very conservative. So we've taken cover because of them until we can assure the safety of the personnel. We've done take cover drills. And that's just a normal care and safety of the people from a significant industrial hazard. Ammonia is a significant industrial hazard for us as we work out there.
Thank you. Josh, is there anyone else in the queue?
We can go to Tom and then back to you. Oh, no, sorry, Tom, Chuck, and then back to you.
So the lessons being learned at DF Law over the next year, I'm just wondering, as engineering is back occurring at high level a bit, what is the input process from DF Law's lessons learned into that team? How integrated are the two teams?
They're very integrated. So we are looking at both the construction activities that constructed LAW, the design of how LAW was designed, as well as operational lessons learned, and feeding that directly real time back into the HLW design right now. So the approach that we're taking now is to weather in the HLW facility. So that means putting some of the equipment, the big equipment in that has to go in, and then closing in the building. But we're focused on completing the design before we really go into construction. So the milestone is 2008 to complete the design and develop a high confidence cost estimate for going forward. And part of the area that we're hoping and so far have incurred benefits is those lessons learned have helped us reduce the cost of the HLW facility as we've learned more about everything we've done to date with LAW. So it is a real time, and in fact, some of the workers that are currently on the LAW will move to the HLW in the design effort when the facility is started up.
All right, so I think with that, we have Chuck, Mia, and then Rob.
Brian, I appreciate your comments. I was wondering, in light of the low-key safety issues that you've run into the past weeks, is there an enhancement to the FAC rec program to have more FAC reps in some of the areas? And also, are the contractors implementing some variation of senior supervisory watch?
Chuck, as you mentioned, the FAC reps are a key component. They're the eyes and ears of DOE. I had the opportunity to be a FAC rep for several years. It's an important process. We have lost some FAC reps due to the reduction in force. We are actively trying to hire new FAC reps to fill those positions, and we are bringing new personnel up in training. We've also reached back into some of our other disciplines who are technical, and they get out in the field some, but aren't out in the field as much as a FAC rep, and cross-qualified them to help in the interim. But the FAC reps are out in the field and doing a great job. When I mentioned that I had participated a little bit in some of the stand-down meetings, the FAC reps attended a bunch of those and participated. So appreciate what they do. It's important. We have also senior supervisor watches in place on some of the activities. And it was one of the first corrective actions that was put in place as a contractor, Tank Farms contractor, saw early indications of trend of problems. And it was one of the issues that the senior supervisor watch wasn't as effective as it should have been, that ultimately caused the safety pause. So.
Mia and then Rob.
I also have questions about the essential waste complex. It seems like for some time now, they've been finding leaking or corroding tanks as they're repackaging. But can you talk about some of the problems with the leaking waste containers and how they're being handled at Central Waste Complex?
Yeah, so the first thing I would say, in the presentation, I didn't talk about it, but the True Waste program is really important. So in 2008, we began shipping to WIP True Waste. And so the containers you're talking about is drummed waste in the True Waste that is in storage. We are moving the material around to change and remove wood pallets and stuff. And in doing that, we're finding that there have been containers, because they've been sitting there so long, that have breaches, meaning that we can detect contamination outside. We haven't seen a spread. We haven't had a worker uptake. That's good. But it does illustrate the importance of starting and pushing hard on that true waste shipment. About 40,000 containers total that we anticipate shipping to WIP. But the very first ones will be those ones that are in those buildings. And we need to progress that mission quickly. Each of the drums, when found, were handled. The area was controlled until they could do the surveys to ensure there wasn't a spread of contamination and the drum overpack. But still, it is a indicator that the true waste program needs to start at Hanford and be very active in shipping our waste for final disposal.
Okay. With that, I think we're up to Rob.
Thanks. Just back to the lessons learned, applying to high-level waste. There was considerable redesign of the glass feeding, the glass formers, feeding them to the mixing tanks. It was a pneumatic process and the valves didn't work and so on and so forth. And drove us to do over the melter feeding for a while. Are we confident in our solution, and are we applying that solution over to HLW, and just what is that solution? And then the other thing I just wanted to tell people that the big reason why ammonia is there is to cut the NOx down.
Right.
I mean, that's what it does. It destroys the NOx. So it's a very valuable process for that. But yeah.
Thanks, Rob. So you did it. I can't answer that question. I can tell you I was on the tour earlier on Tuesday, and I heard the words that said that we're feeding through the top right now and anticipate switching to the pneumatic system in the future. I can't give you any details of when or how or what the fixes are. You broke me.
We're not going to have that problem though on HLW.
Well, yeah, again, lessons learned, but HLW is a feed for glass is a different animal.
Yeah.
So LAW is relatively simple. HLW, the grid and stuff is very focused on the waste stream. And so, but be honest, you hit my limit and beyond. So I'm sorry I can't answer that question.
Next up, we have Pam, then Mia again. All right.
I know that we have people at Hanford from WIP to help us queue up and get ready for shipments. Are we still several years out before the shipments will start?
So you are correct. WIP has been helping us reestablish the assay process and our shipping program, the quality assurance pieces. So that's actively ongoing. And 2008 is when we anticipate starting shipments. 2009, we get our shipments start really moving. It's both because that's how we'll meet our commitments and milestones. It's also important, as mentioned earlier, that we ship the waste. The waste is not getting better with time, but also the capacity and receipt planning for WIP counts heavily on Hanford waste being delivered. So we can't, if we delay a year, we'll lose a section of capacity at WIP because they won't have waste coming from other locations. So 2008, I think, is when we really start shipping. In 2009, we go heavy, and thereafter. So.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, someday. Who's counting, right? Yeah, no, 2028. Thank you, and 29. So thank you.
That's great. That's actually sooner. That's sooner than we thought it was going to be. So that's really good news.
Yeah.
All right, you're up again.
This will probably be quick. Do you have a sense of when the waste incidentals to reprocessing for the WARM project will be coming out?
I don't. I have no information that tells me a date yet. All I know is it's in evaluation. So
Do you think they're waiting on EM1 to be appointed, or no
I
idea?
don't know.
Okay.
They haven't said. So
Okay, queue's open to any HAB member. Do you have other questions, comments, fleeting thoughts? In the room or online? Oh, we have Laureen. Go ahead.
So Brian, when's your appointment coming through?
sorry, say again.
Your permanent.
I don't. Yeah. Well, so I have no knowledge one way or the other, but I can confidently say they haven't talked to me. So, so I will just answer that in less humorous way to tell you that I'm thankful for the role. I've enjoyed it. Great group of people, super important mission. So I'm a happy guy. I think most of you know I could have retired years ago. I come to work because of what we're doing. So I'm thankful for the opportunity. So.
Have Laureen online. Go ahead, Laureen.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. First of all, thank you all for your time and commitment, as you know, has been relayed today, you know, in making sure that our resources remain protected out at the Hanford site. But my question, and you know, hearing all of the issues that you're facing, I guess my question and curiosity is, are you have you experienced, or any of the projects I guess delayed because of the change in, you know, either personnel, people retiring? Because I know you've been, you know, you've kind of picked up the reins and carried on, Brian, but just throughout the entire complex, you know, and the projects that are ongoing, do you have adequate staffing, you feel, right now to, you know, keep maintaining and addressing the issues that are coming up?
Thanks, Lorraine. The short answer is we're doing our best. I don't believe we've delayed any projects. We have tried everything we can to make sure that we aren't. We have on upcoming projects where we will not be able to meet those obligations without additional help. So the WARMS project, the AMPS project, and some very specific areas where we have some needs. And we are actively working to obtain additional support. So a most obvious one is nuclear safety. So we are actively working to establish a conduit, identifying what the next year's worth of workload looks like and where those peaks are, and working to anticipate and be ready to support that workload. But if those products came in today, I wouldn't be able to progress them like in the timeframes we would and should. So the short answer is we're doing our best, and I think we're doing okay. We haven't delayed the projects and the process, but I do have to make changes, and we're trying. We're working in every avenue. We are and will start hiring as soon as the opportunity is available. We have posted positions in an acting role to act in specific roles. We're working with our contractors to move some activities that are not inherently federal functions over to the contractor to perform to reduce the workload. So it's an ongoing evolutionary process. We're doing our best to manage going forward and plan for what the activities that are important to go forward, how we'll support those in the future.
Back to you, Lorraine.
Thank you. That was my only question.
All right. Another check for questions and comments. Don't see anyone in the room. Not seeing anyone online. I think we can release you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you for sharing your morning with us. Susan, we're about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. How would you like to proceed?
We do have to do a hard stop at 11:30 for public comment. We have two options. We can move up the discussion about HAB leadership elections, or we can take a break. What does anybody have this overwhelming need to do a break? Okay, Becky, you want a break? So I guess we're doing a break until 11:30 for public comments.
Yep. Sounds good. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we have reached 11:30. This is our public comment time. And while I stall for people to find their seats, I'll talk about what public comment is. We have 15 minutes and up to 5 minutes per speaker for the public to enter their comments into the record, whatever they may be. Last time I checked our sign-in sheet, I did not see anyone that has signed up for public comment in the room, but I do want to double check that. Can I see some hands if you would like to offer public comment in the room? All right, no public comment in the room. And if you are attending online and would like to offer public comment, you can raise your hand in Teams. I'll give you a moment to do so. Oh, okay. Go ahead, in the room.
Sorry for the sunglasses. I've got migraines with these lights. My name is Dan Sears. I'm the advocacy director for Columbia Riverkeeper. Small Answer couldn't be here today. She's normally sitting in our seat along with Professor Black. I used to be on the Hanford Advisory Board, and I just wanted to say thank you, everyone who's here, for all your work and for the questions you've asked. The last DNFSB report was surprising, I think, and so me as sort of pointed questions, I think I wanted to just echo those, and that whoever's out there constantly having to deal with leaking alpha radiation in the central waste complex, that work is really important, macro encapsulating it and taking care of it. So we appreciate the people who are out there doing that. I also just want to say that we appreciate everyone on the HAB who's rounding off. Pam Larson, a long time ago, we were standing on the edge of Erdif when I was a young man with a higher voice. And you were just like, there's a lot of dust out here and let's go back to the bus. And I just really appreciated that advice. So thank you for your work and thank you for being here.
All right, another check. Is there anyone else that'd like to offer public comment? If you're in the room, you can step up to our public comment microphone, or if you're online, you can raise your hand in Teams. Going once, twice. All right, that concludes public comment. All right, so the next item on our agenda is the HAB Leadership Elections. We have been seeking nominations for the HAB Chair and Vice Chair and National Liaison for, oh, go ahead, Rose.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was waiting for public comment to officially be over with. And I was trying to get my hand up there really quick after that. There were a couple of comments made right when the meeting started that I did not catch. And I am wondering if we could just do a recap of that, because you were talking about, there was something said with regards to folks, especially I guess I'm going to say alternates being able to speak during certain parts of the meeting. And anyway, if you could repeat some of that, I would really appreciate it, because I missed it. And I'm thinking others probably did too, because I know there were others who joined online after I did even. So could we do a very short recap of what was said?
Yeah, as part of the administrative review, I noted that rather than segmenting out time, for alternate questions at the end of a presentation. We're just gonna have that open to everyone this round. We're kind of experimenting with our options. For those that are attending in the room, we've set our alternate table tents to yellow. So we know who is representing a seat. So if an alternate's the only one attended, they could set the table, but we would know that they're not counted towards quorum or consensus in that case versus their primary. And other than that, the administrative review was largely the same. Meeting is being recorded, request people sign in, and I did a review of the ground rules. So does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. I was just, yeah, that's fine. I just was curious about that. So appreciate that recap. Thank you.
Okay. Michelle has a comment or question.
I just had a logistical follow-up question about the yellow name tents for alternates in the event that the alternate is actually acting as the primary.
So we actually have an alternate who's acting as a primary in the corner today. So when he came in, he grabbed the yellow one, but they swapped him back to white real quick. So it's just kind of to help with consensus, because I am all for, and we're trying it out. If it gets messy, we might have to readjust, right? But all for hearing everybody's voices. I do want to add on to what Josh said, and that the primary seat will always take priority as far as questioning goes too. So if we're running up on time, our primary members will have the priority for questions and such. But then if we still have additional time, alternates can ask as well. And then we'll just swap out name tags as they take over the primary seat.
And Rob?
And could you give us a status on the letters? The appointment letters?
I have no update. We were kind of excited. They had asked us for addresses 2-3 weeks ago. So we thought we were right there and they were coming in. But we honestly at this point know just as much as you. So I would assume that we're close, but I know that we got put to the bottom of the list just because our board had the longest time before people ran out. So when we know, you will know.
All right. I think that recovers the administrative review. Since I don't remember what I was saying, I'll just start over. So our next item was the HAB Leadership Elections. We sought nominations for the HAB Chair, Vice Chair, and National Liaison for the past few months. I talked to each of those people that were nominated and determined willingness to serve. We have another opportunity to call for nominations today, just in case ideas spurred or.
Josh, please let's say who's already nominated.
Okay, so does Pam have a question first?
No, I just want to address the national liaison position.
So of those that have been nominated so far, we have Susan Coleman for chair, Mia Burke for vice chair, and we have no nominations for national liaison. Yeah.
I would like to nominate Rebecca Holland for national liaison, and I believe she's willing to serve in that capacity.
So we'll confirm with Rebecca and then go to Lorraine. Rebecca, are you willing to serve in that capacity?
Yes.
All right. Lorraine, I saw you had your hand up. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I guess it's been a while back, a few months ago, when the topic came up for nominations. I had volunteered for national liaison. I told people, but then, it's like I hadn't followed up or anything. So just wanted to let you know that I'm willing and am interested in serving as the national liaison.
And I guess we have two candidates there. Richard.
I have a process question. So if a current subcommittee chair is elected, does that mean they can't be subcommittee chair anymore? Well, Becky. So if Becky is elected, does that mean the Lids committee no longer has a chair?
Traditionally, or perhaps by rules, I'm not sure. Each member has been allowed to hold one leadership position. So if they're holding a board level leadership position, they would not also be able to hold a subcommittee level leadership position.
So if Becky was to be nominated or to be selected, you would become the subcommittee chair.
So process-wise, my recommendation is where we only have one nominee, we can just go around the room and confirm that there are no objections, that everyone agrees to this. And if where we have two nominees, we will run a vote. We have voting tickets for those in the room. Chandra can pass those out, and you can put them in her, fancy voting box before we leave for lunch. And those online will be able to send an email with your ballot using the same information. So let's begin with chair. We have our one nominee, Susan. Are there any other nominees for chair?
I'm actually going to throw something out, clarifying question. So if Rebecca is nominated for national liaison and that takes you out of Lids, is Richard willing to serve as chair?
I guess I will.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm before we get to a note.
Well,
committee chair
it's a
situation.
process.
I'm vice chair. We can see if we can find another
He
chair.
would be the de facto until, if he didn't want to continue on the first Lids meeting, he could hold an election.
Okay.
Right.
And
But in November, there'll be an election where I figure if I'm going to be on city council in a year.
Perfect. Okay.
So
as a motion, I would suggest, in lieu of a formal process like that, just an affirmation of those two individuals for the chair and the vice chair. Kind of simplify it. They're the only ones on the ballot. They're currently serving those positions again. So a reaffirmation, probably a show of hands would be suffice.
That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I don't hear any other nominations for HAB chair. Is that right? All right, so show of hands, or Maeve, let's check with Susan. Would you like to make any statements before we do a show of hands? All right, show of hands. Who is in support of Susan continuing to serve as HAB chair? All right, many hands. Is anyone opposed? No hands. Congratulations. All right, and moving on to vice chair. We have Mia Burke as our one nominee. Is there anyone else who would like to be nominated as a candidate for HAB vice chair? I can tell they're already enthusiastic about you. All right. Would you like to make any statements before we go to a show of hands? All right. Who is in support of Mia continuing to serve as HAB vice chair? All right. All the hands. And is anyone opposed? No hands. Congratulations. All right. Now for the complicated one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rob.
I would just say that congratulations. You guys have done a great job this last period, and keep it up. Thank you.
All right. So national liaison. We have two candidates so far. We have Rebecca Holland and Laureen Contreras. Let's start with Rebecca. Would you like to make any statements in support of your nomination?
I think Richard's going to make a great chair for the Lids committee. That's the only statement I like to make.
All right. And Lorraine, would you like to make any statements?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Lorraine Contreras, for those of you that don't know me, I'm the program administrator for the Yakima Nation Environmental Restoration Waste Management Program. And my interest in serving at HABs is, because of the fact that, I think that there have been improvements with Yakima Nation's participation. And I really appreciate the work that the HAB committee does and the reporting and, the issues that are addressed. And so, it's, I think it's an important role that I can help, just kind of help out with. And I do appreciate the opportunity to serve. So vote for Lorraine.
All right. And to confirm, is there anyone else that would like to submit a nomination as national liaison? All right. I think that's it. All right. So our process here will be, if you're in the room, you have a voting ticket. Please enter your name, your seat, and your preferred candidate for national liaison. There's a little checkbox for primary and alternate to ensure we don't count the same seat twice. Rebecca, do you have a question?
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize we were supposed to do our background and stuff. So can I just make a couple comments?
Yes, you can.
I was trying to be cute with Richard over here, but so I have served on this board for the past 23 years, and I've represented HAMTAC. I've chaired the LIDS committee, I believe, for what used to be the Health, Safety, Environmental Protection Committee, and now is the LIDS committee. I took that over from Mike Karenko when he decided to leave, and then Richard has been the vice chair ever since as well. How long's it been, Richard? 12 years, 15 years, something like that.
Probably only 12.
12. Okay, only 12. Okay. I've worked on the site almost 39 years. In September will be 39 years, and I have a broad background across the Hanford site, as well as working with DOE and working with the people on site. I represent 2,800 union members on the site as the HAMTAC rep. So anyhow, I would like to, I'm running for the national liaison position because I think it's important, and my travels in my new position will probably take me to places where I can actually interact with other people back in Washington, D.C. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So if you're in the room, you have a ballot. If you're online, we're going to ask you to submit that same information by email to hab@slind.net. It's hab@slind.net. You'll enter your name, your seat, and your preferred candidate for national liaison. The nominees again are Rebecca Holland of HAMTAC and Lorraine Contreras of Yakima Nation. I will enter that same information into chat. And with that, I think we're ready to break for lunch. Before you leave, be sure you give Chandra your ballot. Is there anything else that we need to discuss before breaking? Yeah. Yeah, it's an offsite lunch. You're free to choose what you'd like. Back at 1:15, provide your ballot to Chandra with her fancy ballot box. With that, I think you're free. See you all at 1:15. We have reached 1:15, which is our scheduled time to return. So our first post-break topic is related to the draft advice on the proposed plan for the 324 building /300-296 Way site. Tom Cecilia served as issue manager team lead, and he is here to discuss what this is all about.
Hi, everybody. So this was a really fun issue manager team and a lot of engaged folks. And pretty quickly came to consensus, which is novel. It was nice. One thing we did not come to consensus on was whether we wanted to, or which of the proposed alternatives to support. So we took it sort of higher level and said, we're not going to say which one of these is going to get the job done better or faster, or which one we prefer, but we'll say, once you make a decision, here's some things we would recommend the agencies consider. So the way the cleanup process works is once the proposed plan is finalized and you issue a record of decision amendment, then you do the real work of coming up with the work plans and the action plans and the safety plans and all of those. So this advice is geared towards trying to provide some input on those plans, which are not usually open for public comment. But that's where the really important decisions are made to ensure health and safety and help prevent releases to the environment during the cleanup. So everybody's had a chance to read over the advice. On the high level, when the agencies are writing their site-specific plans, we want them to incorporate comments from the proposed plan comment period to the best that they can. To use lessons learned from prior building removal actions. There have been some that caused some contamination spread, and we'd want to avoid that. We heard today that they're looking heavily at how to do dust suppression without using water. That's sort of another thing that we don't want that water moving the waste. Using waste classifications and other regulatory tools to make sure that the 324 building materials and soils meet the waste acceptance criteria for ERDF. We might want to add for ERDF in that line, just because we don't want to end up having an orphan waste where they dig it up and realize, oh wait, that doesn't meet the criteria, it can't go to ERDF, where does it go? If that does happen, we're asking for a contingency plan for interim safe storage and or separation or treatment in the event that there's mixed transuranic waste or high-level waste identified as part of the cleanup. And then using lessons learned from other covered excavations and operations at the Hanford site, which I think that was during transuranic waste recovery is the time that's been done before, maybe some in the tank farm mission too, to ensure that the health and safety plan is protective of the workforce, as well as making sure they're protective of extreme temperatures and other conditions. And then making sure that if there's a change in conditions, you're reassessing the groundwater monitoring plan to make sure you're not moving contamination. So that's sort of the meat of the advice. So I guess the first step is, before we talk about minor edits, which we already have one, is there anything on the document that you've looked at for the past couple of weeks that anyone has really big heartburn about, can't live with, any substantive changes that have to happen in order to get consensus? And once we get through that, then we'll go through and do a little bit of wordsmithing. So anybody hate something?
All right, Richard, what do you think? Or Chris?
Well, having been involved in many a demolition, I know the plan is to talk about doing tenting. So, and the lessons learned out of plutonium finishing plant was use bigger drops of water, which is not what you want anyway. I guess I don't have a problem with some of the wording's intent, maybe the specific part, but the discussion of knowing what they have when they're doing excavation or disposal, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to identify true waste when it's screaming. I mean, you really don't know how much alpha is there because the pegs by the cesium. So I guess seems to be a little, I don't mind talking about waste acceptance or possible interim storage discussions, but to call out mixed transuranic or high level waste aspects is kind of, they might be able to tell if it's greater than class C or not, but the answer to pollution is dilution. They'll just grind it around. That's sort of what we did out at 1610. So I guess I'm not quite sure of the emphasis on that particular line.
So a question for you there is, we know that there's pockets of really hot stuff, right? There's a blob of strontium rich in a curtain around the floor joint, and then there's an extra spot with cesium. Could there be transuranic that's not co-located with the hot stuff? No? Okay.
Knowing the operation of 324 and when the hot cells,
Right.
not really. I mean,
And what
spent fuel maybe pop up, but
and none of the building materials you think would assay as
oh,
transuranic?
absolutely not.
Okay. So I'm hearing that you would want the mixed true and high level waste to be dropped out and just say inner storage should waste that doesn't meet the waste acceptance criteria for ERDF be identified. Would that work? Richard.
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
Yeah. So what if we dropped out the high level and true and just said if waste, interim storage for waste that does not meet ERDF's acceptance criteria?
Right. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you by design, it will be designed to meet ERDF waste acceptance criteria.
Right.
There's a big jar to chew it up.
But the only certainty is uncertainty. So you want, it's better to have an extra plan, I think. Okay. Anybody object strenuously to that change? Yeah, it'll be the same. Oh, wait, that's the background section.
I'm looking at the advice. Yeah, the advice section was all I was really focusing on, calling out those, because I'm thinking in terms of simplicity, but we expect a response back that's realistic. And yeah. I don't know how they would respond to that.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I think that's a valid and necessary change. As far as the background, I would say that's still background and it's still a possibility. DOE acknowledged in the proposed plan that there could be transuranic. So that's just sort of restating what they said.
Well, that still meets the.
Right. So Josh, we're taking, instead of mixed transuranic waste or high level waste, we'll say in the event that waste outside of ERDF acceptance criteria is identified. And the other thing in the bullet above that, waste acceptance criteria at ERDF.
Okay, so this is near the top and there, like an executive summary. Is there a change to be made in the advice portion as well?
Yeah, it'll be the same change. It's just not in a bullet, but we'll have to do that again.
The only other, I don't know, it's a subtlety. We talk about lessons learned from PFP where we installed air handlers at the back end of PRF to tear it down. At Rocky Flats, I know the discussion is using tents, and Rocky Flats used tents extensively and had to open up the flaps because of the contamination level inside the tents. They couldn't put people in there to do the work. So it's, you know, if you want, we shouldn't get into technical discussions, but you know.
What if instead of across the site, we said across the complex?
Up across the complex, I would rather
Lessons learned, it's at the top bullet or second bullet down. Instead of building demolition across the site, it's building demolition across the complex.
Sorry, as I scroll all over the place, we have
Yeah.
duplicate things on top and bottom.
Sorry for the whiplash, everybody. That's what happens when you have an executive summary. All right.
Okay.
So we're looking for big ticket items now. I'm not wordsmithing yet. Rob, you got a big ticket item? Okay.
I just simply wanted to point out that we originally had a very pointed no orphan waste.
Yeah.
Okay, and I like those words. I might be a fanatic there, but I really think that we need to be direct, and you can be direct or not, but I like what we're saying. So no orphan waste.
Okay. So does that merit a change?
So we could add something into that, the one where we said outside of RDIF acceptance criteria. And a sentence at the end there that says, this interim safe storage could prevent orphan waste, something along those lines. Okay, I don't know how that works as an advice point though. Like we advise the TP agencies not to create orphan waste. That doesn't seem right. Let's think on that one.
So all right, we'll think about this. I'm gonna go over our big ticket item. Our queue's kind of moved around. So Chris, do you still have a big ticket item?
No.
All right, next up.
But
we
what
have-
I was going to say is, I thought it was fairly evident from Brian Harkin's comments today that his 324 team is already thinking pretty deeply about big ticket item issues, and is probably a couple steps ahead of us in that regard, and trying to identify potential concerns and how they're going to address them well before any operations activity starts.
I'm really excited to see the response letter then, and we can give them such a pat on the back and thank you for your forethought once they come up with responding.
All right. Next up, we have Rose.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I guess, let the group know as well. Yakima Nation still has an issue with how this waste is being classified and thus treated. We do not feel it meets the criteria for RDIF. We've recently, as last week, have had meetings with DOE and well, basically kind of the tri-party. We've been having meetings on this as far as we believe that and our comments in the documents have been to the point of, we believe that the Nuclear Waste Policy Act and the definition of high level waste should definitely be an ARAR that's considered. We do believe this waste is a lot of this waste is high level waste. And so we are actually still in conversation with Department of Energy and the tri-party basically on this issue, and not 100% resolved, but I can live with, the acceptance criteria, for RDIF and that type of thing. I don't believe that goes against anything that we're trying to do. basically you're saying the same thing, you're supporting that if in fact it's high level waste, clearly it does not meet the criteria to be disposed of at ERDF. But I did feel like I wanted the board to understand that we are still in conversations. Lawyers are part of these conversations still. And so this issue as to whether or not there's high level waste below this building, in our opinion, is not resolved yet. So just wanting the board to understand that.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. That was part of the conversation when we were crafting this, was not to take a position on what it is, just to make sure that it's compliant. And yeah.
And I appreciate that. Yeah. And this would, and I like the way this is worded, because, we can support that wording, because this is still an unresolved issue. And I don't know if it will ever become a legal issue per se, but we did uncover some additional information, with regards to how this could be looked at. And we are working with the tri-party on that information. So just kind of throwing that out there.
Appreciate it.
Next in queue is Ed.
Sorry, thank you. So given your comment about changing it from across the site to across the complex, that second bullet now looks almost exactly like the bullet down below. Board advises with elsewhere into the complex to ensure health and safety is protected. So we're kind of a duplicative statement.
So yes, but one is talking about the construction debris management to prevent spreads of contamination more, and the other is talking about health and safety of the workforce.
Okay. It's not.
But yeah, that I could see that.
Mia.
Mine isn't a big ticket item, so we can just keep me in queue for later, please.
Have we worked through all the big ticket items, other than we need to wordsmith whether or not we add the orphan waste bit?
So the remaining queue people are Richard and then Amber. Do you have big ticket items?
I was just going to comment on Rob's big ticket item of nobody generates orphan waste on purpose. It is what it is.
We could see them digging it up and putting it in a box and leaving it until some sort of disposition is made. We want that disposition to be made prior to getting the thing out of the ground.
It isn't waste until it gets into the box. It's in the ground.
That's the concern. That's how remediation works. Yeah, you can pre-characterize it, but in general, it's not generated until you dig it up.
Okay. You understand the point, though,
Yeah.
is that they are known for putting stuff in boxes and leaving them there until somebody finally fires them or gets a fire under them to go classify it and get it out of here. So that happens.
Yeah. Well, there's a 90-day storage period that would be permitted or allowed, right, under RECRA. Once you generate the waste, you have 90 days to classify it and have a plan to get rid of it. Is that accurate?
No, it would be under CERCLA, correct? This is CERCLA action, so there's no 90-day clock.
There's no 90-day clock. All right. Well, we can work on that that orphan bit.
I think as they update the waste management plans, as we advise them to, that these kinds of discussions will be taken into account or should be taken into account.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Quick note before I move on in queue. If you're joining by phone, I'd hate to mute you on Teams, so I suggest muting your phone call manually. And just for the people in the room, please remember to use your microphones, even if the person's right next to you, so the people online can hear. Amber, I believe, had the next big ticket item.
I don't know, but I think I wanted to just check in with the team that wrote this. Nice job. I appreciate Heart of America has some of the same concerns that Rose was articulating, but I appreciate that you tried to kind of skirt that by just saying that, it needs to meet criteria, but we're not necessarily saying what criteria. So I appreciate that. Do you think it speaks enough to concerns about how much contamination is left in the soil? Did you guys discuss that? Like what levels of risk left in the soil are acceptable from the Hanford Advisory Board's point of view?
Yeah, we wrote this before the public meeting. So the whole 1 MR per hour discussion hadn't happened yet. So if that's something that we wanted to try to add in, that's pretty far in the weeds. And I'm not sure if that's high level or not. High level advice, not high level waste. But open to discussion on that for sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise that because it's an important decision point, right? How much you leave at what levels of in the soil. So since I wasn't on the team, I wasn't sure if you guys had discussed that. Yeah. But if the agencies are looking for that input, I don't know if we have time today to figure that out. So, but I just think it's important that, we say something about, we're talking a lot about the waste that we're going to take out, which is good, but what about what's left in the soil behind? And then the other comment I had was Heart of America has been, looking into the 2018 Defense Nuclear Safety Board report about 324 and the fire risk. Sounds like it's very high, maybe higher than that's in the current. Not sure that the current plans, any of the scenarios really take into account fire risk, both to what could that mean for release to the public as well as release to workers. So I was just wondering if let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph down, and this might not be high level of a conversation, but you talk about spread with extreme temperatures and other environmental conditions. Do we need to say something about a high fire risk as well? And what that, managing for that in your final scenario. Because right now, at least our read of the documents, our read of the scenarios that are being presented is that there's a higher fire risk and that needs to be mitigated when you're cleaning it up or just in terms of what's happening day to day at 324. So those are my comments.
Okay, so the second one would be relatively easy to address if we were so inclined, which is just after environmental conditions. We could say as well as extreme temperatures, fire risk, and other environmental conditions. Anybody object to adding fire risk there? Okay. Then the bigger bite of the elephant. Do we want to weigh in on how dirty is acceptable to leave behind? We don't, how clean is clean? How dirty is acceptable? Chris?
I think it's beyond the scope of this ROD. That's already addressed in the 300 FF5 RODs. Cleanup levels have been set by EPA, and we clean up to those cleanup levels. This proposed plan really doesn't address the cleanup levels per se. That's addressed in other records of decision, but it's specified already, been approved, and we clean up to those levels. But Ann can probably expound a little bit more on that, maybe.
I can if you have a specific question about it. But yeah, so I mean, you're right, there were cleanup levels set in the 2013 ROD, and we are using the same cleanup levels, and we'll verify against the cleanup levels as well as circular protectiveness criteria of 1 × 10⁻⁶ for this cleanup.
Because it's industrial commercial zone or levels, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just follow up? So then to change that would mean changing the levels in the rod that you're talking about from 2013 to more of an unrestricted use versus industrial.
Right. Yeah. So if we change the cleanup levels, it would be potentially affecting sites that were cleaned up in the earlier phases of the 300 area cleanup. We would have to go back and look if there was some reason to, be concerned, I guess I should say, about that.
Yeah, because the whole 300 area is zoned industrial for cleanup. No?
Not the whole 300 area.
300 industrial area.
There's a 300 area industrial area, and then anything outside of that was cleaned up as residential.
Okay.
And they all have the same groundwater cleanup criteria where there's MCLs. It's all the same throughout the 300 FF5.
Okay, so I'm not seeing an appetite to add that if you're okay with not adding it.
We're not going to open up conversation on a whole other rod. Come on, folks. No, I'm just kidding. No, I appreciate that. I think at some point, something to relook at whether an industrial standard is still where at the communities around the Columbia River want to go.
That seems like an appropriate comment for something like a 5-year circular review, which is coming up soon. Yeah. So yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Big ticket seems to be mostly done. Let's do some wordsmithing and then come back to the orphan clause. Mia, you had thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to make sure fire risk, Josh, you added it to the executive summary as well. Yes, thank you. And then where you added in ERDF under the executive summary, want to make sure we spell it out the first time we use it. So that would be that time, yeah. And then also there's missing a period after building materials, the second bullet point. And that's all I had.
Okay, I think that covers that. Other small ticket items. Rob, what's your item?
Do you at all want to inform or talk to us about the coupled versus uncoupled approach to this, being that now we're introducing fire hazards and that it seems, they tear the old build down, your fire hazard's gone. And so, the coupled, uncoupled is, economically, there's a large difference between the two. The time frame to get the thing cleaned up is shorter with one than the other. It's a lot deeper conversation than just bringing up,
I feel like adding fire risk as a clause is ancillary enough so as not to imply that we're selecting a preferred alternative from the board. We had some folks who were not did not agree that the proposed alternative or preferred alternative was necessarily appropriate. So I didn't want that to block consensus by picking a side, so to speak. But you're more than welcome to pick a side in your own comment letter, and we should all write them because it's an important cleanup. We could talk about it, but I just that was why we didn't do that, is because that would block consensus, at least at the time. Does anybody want to talk about the proposed plan alternatives, or I think we talk about it a little bit in the background just to just describe what they are without picking one.
Chuck, what do you think?
I think that staying away from endorsing one alternative or the other is the best path forward for this advice. It's at a level that I think has the most impact to whomever the reader is going to be. But once we start cheering or just cheering for whatever, then it really becomes an opinion as opposed to a piece of advice, because we don't have enough technical information, I don't believe, to really make a firm technical decision. And the whole process is DOE is going to go out there and do the characterization to give us a lot of that. So at this point, I would say this advice as is the right level for forwarding onto DOE.
See a hand go up from Brian. Do you have a comment? All right. Perfect.
He was making hand signals toward me. I'm just saying, I don't know what he meant by that.
All right. So we've covered big ticket items, started small ticket items. Is there anything else in that realm?
So we need to look at the orphan clause before we consider consensus. So it almost could be the interim safe storage could provide a home for orphan, or a temporary home for orphan waste. As it's awaiting disposition.
Sorry, what was that last word?
That works for temporarily orphaned waste. Does that meet your, I know it's not no orphan waste, but does that close enough? Okay. Right. Does that sentence give anyone else heartburn?
Are we giving them permission to use this facility? Sorry. Are we giving them, by this the wording of the statement, the sentence, the way it is right now, does it mean we're giving them permission?
We would be giving, ecology would be giving them permission, or EPA would be giving them permission because it would be a permitted storage facility. And it's an interim storage, not a final storage. So that's important.
Okay. Susan considers that. Richard, do you have thoughts on this?
I don't need no stinking permit. This is CERCLA. And so, yes, the CERCLA action can have a storage area built into it, but it's something that will have to be considered if it's going to be extended. So I whatever comes out of the ground, they have to deal with. And sometimes what's on the end of the bucket might not be what they wanted to get, but they'll get it. They'll have to deal with it. And so I sort of agree that we shouldn't be providing them an out for interim waste. They should, look through and plan their excavation appropriately, because the stuff can be very, very hot, and that's going to be the problem. I mean, it's not, the WEIR will take care of whether it's high level waste or not, that definition, that political definition. And the reality comes down to is what's going to be the dose on the end of the stick when they pull it up.
Yeah, and I think what we were trying to do is buck the CERCLA trend, and go sort of take a step outside and say, normally with CERCLA you wouldn't have a permitted area for this interim characterization step. We would like, if it's outside of REDIF's accepted criteria, it should be a permitted area, so it's extra protective. But I get that, yeah.
Hey, so stop. Let's go a year to issue a permit. I mean, the waste staging area will be defined in the waste management plan. That's what happens. That's where they're going to put it. That's where it will be staged until they prove it meets the waste acceptance criteria. The biggest thing I see is they could get extremely hot, which clearly is greater than Class C. If it's greater than Class C, they're going to have to get a cast to put in it, ship it down to Nevada.
Unless they had a treatment area that they could downblend it, and then it would no longer be greater than Class C.
I don't think legally you can downblend
Really?
Class C.
Okay.
You could downblend it when it's in the ground before it's waste.
All right, so I'm hearing conflicting reports here. This bullet, does it stay or does it go? If it goes, we're no longer talking about orphans. And if it stays, we're giving the TPA agencies an out. What do you think?
Yeah, I was good with the bullet before the orphan waste. I just am not seeing the value added for that last sentence.
Rich?
I agree. I don't see any reason to talk about orphan waste. As I said before, nobody wants to generate something it can't dispose of. It's a real pain, especially dose-wise. That's going to be the problem.
Rob, are you okay losing the orphans?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right, so let's take that back out. Now that we don't have to address the orphan waste verbiage, are we ready to consider consensus? All right, I'll pass it over to Josh and Sue for that.
All right, so there are 3 questions we generally ask when we're looking for consensus. Do you understand it? Can you live with it? And will you support it? So the first thing we should confirm, there's no remaining questions on anything about this advice. Is that right? See nods, not seeing any questions. So everyone can live with the content as it's written.
Sorry, could you scroll so we can see all the changes?
Sure, that is a good plan.
Or at least in the advice section.
So yeah, the introduction saw no changes. Our executive summary is the summary of the changes begins with the waste classification bullet. Must meet waste acceptance criteria at the environmental restoration disposal facility. Mixed transuranic waste and high level waste was replaced with waste outside of ERDF acceptance criteria. And in regard to environmental conditions, we added fire risk. And those same changes are reflected in the advice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so everyone can live with those changes, I believe. And the final thing is, will you support it? You have no misgivings. You're willing to stand by this advice in the future. All right, I think we're ready to go around the room looking for consensus. I will begin at the table, going from my right. Amber.
Yes.
All right, that's Heart of America Northwest. Charles? And I'm going to ask you to state your position and your seat to make sure we're not getting duplicates. And to Tom.
Yes, Oregon Department of Energy.
Yes.
And be sure to use your microphone for the recording.
Say it again.
Yes, Grant and Franklin counties.
Yes, Benton County.
Yes, Ed Parsons, public at large.
Yes, Susan Coleman, public at large.
Yes, Hanford Challenge.
Yes, Richard Bloom, City of West Richland.
Yes, Hamtech.
Yes, for the non-union, non-management employee.
Yes, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board.
Yes, City of Kennewick.
Yes, Brian Ivy, public at large.
Yes, Benton Franklin Council of Governments.
Yes, Chris Sutton, Local Environmental Interest. Yes, City of Pasco.
Yes, Columbia Basin College.
All right, so that's the board members in the room. I'm going to take a look to see who's on teams. We have Laureen.
Thank you. Yes, with the exception of what Rose had mentioned to the group.
And we have Matt Campbell.
Yes, for Confederated Tribe C. Matilla.
All right, I think that's it. Well, congratulations. You have achieved consensus on advice. The public comment period for this closes on Monday. If you would like to submit your own personal comments, I will work with Susan and we will get this signed and submitted before that date. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Josh, can you clarify what Rose's exception was?
I would ask Rose to make that statement so she can explain that better than I can.
Thank you. I think really all I was saying was that for the record, one of the things that we have put out there is to make sure that they are looking at the Nuclear Waste Policy Act as an ARAR within their amendment, and that we are actively working with DOE with regards to, and I guess I should say the tri-party, with regards to our issues with the classification of the waste. We already think it's high-level waste based on the Nuclear Waste Policy Act criteria and based on the fact that the logs that were created from that waste, during the processing are being treated as high-level waste. They're in storage and are being treated as high-level waste. So it would stand to reason that the leak of the same material that was used in creating the log should be high-level waste. And so I don't know if I don't know, Lorraine, maybe we should just abstain from this vote, and then that way we're not, because we do have separate issues that feasibly could kind of tie into this. And I don't know, maybe you guys would rather we just abstain. I don't know. I'd leave that up to Lorraine.
One possibility could be that you consent to the advice and add a statement at the end that says the Yakima Nation believes that the material is high-level waste, but that's a possibility. Abstaining is also a possibility, or because the way we wrote it so that we're complying with ERDF acceptance criteria.
Yes. That helps a lot.
Yeah. So yeah. Those are sort of the three options. You could consent as is, consent with a signing statement, or consent with or abstain. So that's sort of up to. Oh, there's a fourth option, which is to block consensus too. But
I think we had consensus. I just wanted to point out that the one member said with the exception of what Rose said, right. And I think it's just we have consensus, and she is in support of what Rose says, and I'm sure there a lot of us are.
But yeah, just to clarify, if we want a signing statement to add something about the Yakima Nation believing that this is high-level waste, or having the position that this is high-level waste under the, or that, yeah, either way, just let us know and we'll make it happen.
Okay, and maybe Lorraine and I and McClure can talk about that. Can we let you know? I mean, I don't know when you're sending this in. I'm inclined to like the idea of a signing statement because, and the only reason I'm saying that is because we have been having active and ongoing discussions on this issue, and so I don't want to give the appearance that that we have in any way downgraded our concern or the issues that we've had. And I'm not saying that this advice necessarily does that. Again, the fact that it says it needs to meet the criteria in ERDF, but this is a very sensitive topic. We've been working with our attorneys on this. And so I don't want to, I don't want to step out of our lane as to, where we've been with this. A statement might be good. Just a real simple statement might be good for us, just to be able to make that clear.
Yeah, and Josh and Sue, what's the turnaround time for when this has to be final?
So the Well, so the comment period we want to propose or submit this under is on Monday, the 18th. My goal was to put this on letterhead tonight and have, since we'd be meeting again tomorrow, I could have it signed then, but we can push it out through the weekend and submit Monday instead if we can find a way to sign, Susan.
Okay, then I'll just defer to Lorraine whether or not she feels that a statement would be appropriate and or not. I mean, obviously she's the primary HABs person.
How about adding something that says the Yakima Nation will be submitting their own advice on this issue? Their own comments.
Well, we've already done that. So that's a given. They already know that. We've already had several discussions with, in particular, with Department of Energy, EPA, and Ecology on this. So we're in a different capacity here as part of this board, and so I just want to recognize that is a separate capacity, and so like I say, I leave it up to Lorraine whether or not she feels like a statement would be appropriate in this case. We're not disagreeing with what's in here, so I just want to be clear on that. The way this was written was obviously very careful, and we're not disagreeing with that per se, but because we do have these ongoing discussions, both of a legal nature as, and whatnot, that I'm just trying to make sure that we're being very careful in voting on this particular advice. That's all.
So what if we say for now that Yakima Nation is not blocking consensus, and then over the next 24, 40 hours, you and Lorraine come up with whether you want a signing statement or you want to abstain, and we can make sure that's noted when we submit. Would that work?
I'll defer to Lorraine.
Yeah. I think just a comment on there at the end would be fine for this to go forward. Because at least, if we didn't say anything, then, I just want to make sure that, you understand that, as a sovereign, that we're working with the different agencies to, work through this process and make sure that it is meeting, the overall priorities. And so I think just a statement would be fine.
Okay. So if you can get that statement.
Hey, Tom, so if we
Yeah.
could what we just need to do is basically say, we could put just a quick statement at the bottom that Yakima Nation concurs with this advice as written. However, it must be noted that Yakima Nation continues to work with the tri-party on the high-level waste classification or something like that, so that it shows that, that, I don't know, does that sound okay, Lorraine, that that is our issue, okay? We're not having an issue with a lot of this other stuff. That is our issue. And if we just simply say that we are continuing to work with the tri-party on waste classification.
Do you want to toss that in chat so we make sure we get it word for word?
Yeah, you want to do it, Lorraine, or you want me to do it, or?
No, go ahead, because you worded it better than I would.
Okay,
perfect.
We have a path forward.
Can I just ask a question? Because Heart of America has similar concerns about the waste classification. When I first read this, I didn't think we were asserting that it met a certain classification. So I just want to make sure that wasn't the intent of the.
No, the goal for the advice is not taking a position either way, but we don't want it going in ERDIF if it shouldn't go in ERDIF.
Okay, that's the intent.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right. So to summarize, we have achieved consensus, and Yakima Nation will be adding a sign-in statement that will show up on the official letterhead. All right. With that, I believe we have concluded our draft advice discussion. Is that right? All right. So with that, we are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Early break? Okay, early break. We will return at 2:20. All right, our subcommittee leaders have gathered. We're about ready to begin our board reports. Who would like to provide the first of these? I heard Amber was volunteered to provide the co-subcommittee report.
Thank you. At our June meeting, I had to pull up the notes because it's been a while since June. We had a presentation on any upcoming public involvement activities, which included the 324 building plan, which we just discussed. And we also had a good discussion on the upcoming, the public involvement survey. And so Sarah Williams from Ecology reviewed that survey for us, which we went through the results, had a lot of discussion about what did we learn, what questions could we ask. There were a lower number of survey responses compared to last year's survey. And Ryan, you can jump in here if I miss anything, but we had a good discussion about the survey results. A lot of folks that filled out the survey do have a lot of knowledge of Hanford, but there was a lot of good feedback about how we could provide better information. And, I think it's something, Mia had some good points that maybe the survey came out in kind of January of this year. It was after elections, a lot of change happening in the country, maybe people feeling tired of filling out surveys or giving input. So some fatigue maybe contributed to not as many people filling out the survey. But we talked about ways to maybe grab people's attention. I do think Ecology did reach out to a lot of constituencies, and both here in the Tri-Cities, but also throughout the region. And we still need to do better to do that. But we discussed, how can we keep Hanford on people's mind? How do we keep the cleanup relevant and people aware of it throughout the region? So we did discuss Department of Energy has a speakers bureau going around and provide, and I know Ecology does a lot of education in our local schools and chambers of commerces, et cetera. Could we activate that speakers bureau in other locations like Spokane, so we can keep people throughout the region and in the Columbia River area, engaged and up to date, because the cleanup's been going on for so long, and there's, it's highly technical, and a lot of times, people know it's here, it's happening, but they don't know how it impacts them. So, and we talked about some different opportunities like that, and so I think it's on us as board members to follow up and set up those opportunities with our groups that we're a part of for that speakers bureau. So if you are interested in that, follow up with Ryan Wright, or Department of Energy as well. Yeah. Okay. Thumbs up. I got a thumbs up. We talked a lot about the Rev 9 public involvement materials. And Ryan, do you want to give an update on where we are with that? But there was a really good discussion of all the stuff online that Ecology's been putting together to help you walk through this very large document. And maybe we gave a lot of good input into the baseball cards that take you to different sections of the updates to Rev 9, so that hopefully people, if they're really interested in a particular topic, can click on that and go and get an update on that particular section. And really highlighting what's changed if things haven't really changed. So really highlighting the areas that have significant changes.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I think you covered that pretty well. We presented, as you said, Amber, the digital version of the baseball cards, the kind of interactive digital version, and then kind of showed the committee the draft web page for the Rev 9 comment period, and really appreciated the great feedback we got from the board members that were in attendance and already made some changes to the digital version and continuing to develop the website. So just really appreciate the feedback from board members and excited to get the comment period started soon, hopefully. And as soon as we get dates and all that fun stuff, we'll make sure we alert you guys.
So really appreciate Ecology asking for the opinion of the board members that were in the committee, just to, take fresh eyes and give some good feedback. So that was actually kind of fun. That was fun. Thanks, Ryan. We also had leadership elections. So I was reelected as chair. I have an empty seat as vice chair. So I'm looking at everyone in the room here. If anyone is interested in serving as vice chair of the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee, thank you to Michelle for her leadership, but her job is pretty demanding. And so she asked not to serve again as vice chair, but we're still looking for a vice chair. So if you're interested, let me know and we can discuss it at the next committee meeting. And then we gave input to the leadership workshop, which is happening tomorrow, right? Is that the leadership? That's what we gave input to, I think. We've had different leadership. Oh, maybe that was the one that we had in June. Sorry. But we also planned our next meeting, which I think is scheduled for September. Is it the 9th?
I think it's the 10th.
The 10th. Okay. So we have on track for that agenda. Finally, Ecology, this has been on our to-do list for a while, but Ecology is going to discuss the state of Washington's HEAL Act, HEAL, and what the community engagement plan looks like for that. So that'll be at our September meeting.
Yep, we're going to have Chelsea Batavia from our headquarters come and present with the committee. Looking at Ben, that's still on track. Yes, still on track. And Ben's working, helping to get that set up. So we're excited to come talk about the agency-wide community engagement plan and the tie-in to the plan that Ben's developing for our nuclear waste program that we're seeking advice from the board on.
Great. I think that's it for my report. Did I forget anything, Josh?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, we'll see everyone at the committee meeting on the 10th of September.
Okay. Tom's primed to talk about the CARM.
Yeah, so we also met in June. We also had elections, and Jim and I were reelected as leadership for the CARM. June's meeting, you just saw what happened in June's meeting. The majority of it was getting this advice through. And then I gave sort of a book report on the life cycle, cost, scope, schedule report as it relates to cleanup. So that was a lot of fun. I think it was fun playing with Excel, and I apologize for having everyone have to sit through it. But I encourage anyone who wants to do a book report on a document to talk to us, and we can let your passion find a home. In September, we are also meeting on the 10th in the afternoon. And we've got a gangbuster draft agenda, finally getting a talk from Pacific Northwest National Lab on their deep Vados zone sequestration studies that they've been doing. Long time coming, really excited about that. They're doing some really amazing work. And then we'll have our sit-down conversation with Jason Capron from DOE, walking through the site, seeing what's on the docket for cleanup, what decisions are upcoming, and then also maybe talking about the comprehensive milestone negotiations for cleanup. And I think I got that wrong, but that's what it is. It's the M15, M16, and M85 series, which is all the characterization and cleanup milestone packages. TP agencies have a conceptual agreement, and they're working on finalizing that change package in the next year or so, I think. Come to the meeting to find out for sure. And then we'll probably have some comments and advice for that once it happens. There'll be a public comment period. That's it. On to down the line. Do you want to do national liaison next?
I picked out some topics to share with you from around the EM complex, starting with Aiken, South Carolina. the U.S. Department of Energy Environmental Management Program has reached another milestone with concurrence from regulators that the Savannah River site has successfully removed waste from another highly radioactive waste tank. Tank 8 makes the sixth tank to reach preliminary cease waste removal, PCWR, regulatory approval in 13 months. EM achieved this latest PCWR regulatory approval over a year ahead of schedule. The tanks will ultimately be filled with grout to be permanently sealed and operationally closed. And I just need to let you know, I wish I had numbers to tell you, but their tanks are little compared to our tanks. So tank closure there isn't right like what it would be here. The PCWR is a regulatory milestone for old style tanks that designates agreement between EM, EPA, and the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services that based on preliminary information, there's reasonable assurance that performance objectives for tank closure are met. At Paducah, Kentucky, crews have safely demolished 6 unused facilities at the Paducah site ahead of schedule and under budget in the current fiscal year ending September 30th, reducing the cleanup footprint by more than 19,000 square feet and supporting future reuse of the land and economic development. The EM team at Paducah has torn down more than 180 structures to date since cleanup began, with a footprint reduction of 560,000 square feet. Las Vegas, the Nevada program has commenced well drilling in a remote stretch of the Nevada National Security Site, known to us as Yucca Mountain, and I'm going to refer to it as Yucca, furthering decades-long mission to document the nature and extent of groundwater contamination caused by historic nuclear testing at the site. Crews started drilling the first well in May on the Paiute Mesa region of the site, so groundwater can be analyzed for contamination and compared to computer modeling. The drilling supports future closure of the final groundwater corrective action unit at the site. The goal is to demonstrate the reliability of groundwater containment transport modeling and to provide confidence that the model results can support decisions leading to closure. The government carried out 928 nuclear tests at Yucca Mountain from 1951 to 1992. Nearly 90% of those tests were detonated underground. And as a personal note, one of the elected officials from the city of Richland that I worked with for many years, who was chairman of Hanford Communities, worked at the Nevada test site, and he was the person that pushed the button. So visiting the Nevada test site with him was really fascinating. Okay, so in Aiken, South Carolina, representatives from the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, WIP in New Mexico, recently toured the acclaimed apprenticeship school at the Savannah River site as they look to launch a similar program to help fill critical positions for the underground waste repository, launched in 2020 by DOE Environmental Management and contractor Savannah River Nuclear Solutions. The program was designed to address attrition and establish a robust pipeline for skilled workforce. The school has graduated over 800 apprentices to date, with 90% of them accepting full-time positions at SRNS. To meet the growing workforce demands to support site missions, the site plans to hire 2,000 additional employees over the next 5 years from the apprenticeship school and pipeline programs. The apprenticeship program offers 3 pathways: youth, key skilled technician, and professional and degree-based, to create a pipeline of skilled employees supporting critical missions. So I'm sorry for a disjointed report last time, but our computer is now working, which made it much easier to compile. So I thought you might be interested in some of the comments that Tim Walsh made. Tim has been nominated to be the Assistant Secretary of Environmental Management for DOE. That's our program. And so I'm just going to give you some of his testimony. Let's see. He believes the role holds significant responsibilities. I will bring my extensive leadership and management expertise to the world's largest environmental cleanup. In the past, he was in the military and combat deployed for Operation Desert Shield. He comes from a military family. His dad was an Army soldier fighting in World War II, Korea and Vietnam. And following his military service, he went to West Point, where he studied civil and mechanical engineering. And after graduation in Ranger School, he led combat engineers in Germany and built construction projects in Turkey during the Reagan Cold War buildup. After the Army, he pursued a master's degree from Stanford and began a career in the construction industry, building complex advanced technology facilities for the semiconductor and other industries. At one point in his life, he lived 16 miles south of Rocky Flats and followed the cleanup challenges at that site, which gives him apparently great knowledge for the program now. And he identified his strengths, being a strong leader, building cohesive teams, achieving complex goals. If he's confirmed, he promises to bring to environmental management a strategic focus, planning, and leadership for the entire program, decisive decision-making, disciplined project management, and finally, he will bring a collaborative approach to work with all stakeholders, including Congress, local communities, and tribal nations. So that's it for Tim. He was voted out of committee, I think, the same day that he testified. I think there were a series of appointees that day, and then the Senate went home. So he is not in place. I sent a text message this morning to a former colleague of mine in DC to remind me the name of the acting EM. Does anybody know that name? I can't remember it. Anyway, things seem to be going along not too bad for our program. Any questions? Thank you.
They'll back on questions. If we hear the rest of the reports, would want to move down the line to lids.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. So in June, the LIDS committee met. We had a couple of different presentations. We had one on the ERDF. They talked about the new supercell that they were going to be starting on. I think it's, what is it, 11? Supercell 11? If my memory serves me correct, I think it was 11. That's going to be going under construction. Also, we had a presentation on the IDF, and that is where the casks from the waste treatment plant will be going. Let's see, what else did we do? We talked about things to take to the leadership workshop. In the past, we would talk about that in committee, and then we would figure out what we wanted to take to the leadership workshop to work on a plan for the following year. This year it was a little bit different how that all worked out, but I think for the most part, the LIDS committee, the input that the committee members had, I think it pretty much went on the work plan. So I was pleasantly surprised with that. We also got people there was an emergency operations center. There was a full-up drill across on the Hanford site. And so I had requested to be able to allow people to go to the emergency operations center for that. We did actually have 5 of us, I think 5, was it 5? 5 of us that attended that. And more will be revealed on that, it looks like, in a little while. We're going to have a little debrief on that. We did not have the response back yet from DOE on the advice that we had submitted back in September in Spokane, is when that advice was actually approved. So we didn't have the response back yet at that point. September in Spokane is when last year. The first, that's right. You're right. You're correct. We've done so many of these advices. I can't keep them all straight. So yeah, so the last piece of advice, however, we did not have the response back yet as of the June 3rd meeting. Brian Harkins came to the leadership workshop and kind of filled us in a little bit about what was going to be in the response to the advice. So that's something that the LIDS committee will have to look forward to for their next meeting. We will not be having a meeting in September. Some of the items that we had asked or wanted to talk about at the LIDS in the LIDS committee they weren't able to be able to give a presentation, or from what I was told, they weren't able to support it. So there won't be a meeting for LIDS in September. Other than that, we had leadership elections, and Richard and I were both reelected. And I think that's just about it for that. Any questions? Do you have anything, Richard? Do you want to add?
No.
Could I ask what the emergency scenario was for the drill?
Yeah, it was it was kind of the same one that they always use. I mean, I was like, I literally said, if this is a plane that crashes into a tank, I'm just going to be like, oh my gosh, it was a plane that crashed into a tank. Yeah. I mean, it was very well done. It was it was much, much improved over the other times that I have just observed in the EOC. So anyway.
But to have an offsite event, you got to crash a plane into a tank.
All right. So I'm not saying any questions yet. I think you're up, Rob.
Becky, where did we, so in our last LIDS meeting that we had a really a negative feeling about the response we got back from DOE on the traffic. And so when you were talking about advice going in, this was that same piece, correct? They basically blamed it on the people driving rather than on the condition of the roads.
No, we responded to that advice in March, and the response that we got back recently was a revised advice, and it was relatively honest. And we'll talk about it at the next LIDS meeting.
Okay.
But Brian Vance came and talked to us at our leadership retreat, and he was very straightforward. He said, okay, you want me to fix that road? I have to fire 400 people, something like that. I appreciated his honesty.
Yeah, so just to clarify, what I was saying was we did not have the response back yet to the fourth piece of advice that we had written, because that was the last piece. We had not gotten it back yet as of the date of this meeting. But yeah, like Pam said, Brian Harkins came and talked to, yeah, well, you were there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So-
I recognize that. But again, that there was a lot of people very disappointed in the fact that it was the people's problem, not the side of traffic control or condition of the roads. And I just was wondering where that went.
Yeah, that was the response to the previous
Yeah.
piece of advice. Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm looking forward then. You said it just recently released?
Well, they did give us the response back to that after the leadership workshop. I don't know the exact date. I don't have it in front.
I can look it up. I'll go back to the notes and look it up.
Okay.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Okay, shall I talk about the committee?
Sure.
Okay, the tank committee or tank waste committee or TWIST, as we call it now, has had a number of really good discussions and talks. And the highlight of of the last few have been presentation by Ricky Bang on the progress of the WTP. That was a very good discussion. There was a number of questions that came up, and we do have some answers back on those. We also we had another presentation on the AMP system, and we're all aware that the AMP system, part of the grout, by the way, is using the TSCR process to pre-treat and clean up the waste coming out of the supernatant tank, and getting in a condition that can be put into a grout-like form and shipped off-site. And so several things about that. We wanted a Grout 101 kind of a repeat. And Matt Ansmanton, pronouncing his name wrong, but from PNL, who had been at our committee meeting before, probably 6 or 7 years before. But we got a nice presentation on the current progress and the technical capabilities of the grout to hold the low activity radioactive waste, and how good it was, and the process it was, and how the waste bonded with the hydrate molecules, and really created a structure that was a solid, very low porosity, and it doesn't leach very much, and really the only way to degrade it is get it exposed to water. So that was a very informative discussion, and I get everybody that they want go check his PowerPoint presentation out. I think it's titled Grout 101. Though it has caused other additional requests from DOE. One is that we also now want to talk about transportation of that waste to one of the offsite facilities. Again, everybody recognizes that we have a pretty shallow water table on the Hanford site, and then at the two other waste facilities, they have several hundreds of feet of distance between their water table in a much more arid climate. So it really makes sense to have it disposed down there, but we need to know how it's going to get transported down there. And we've been asking DOE, Megan, to get some kind of presentation on that. That would be great. One of the things that we had lingering from the previous meeting was the results of the EPDT test for the LAW. What that is, it's that very extreme test that they put the air cleanup system through, and tell how well they cleaned it up. And so I guess at some point the conclusions from the EPD test should really come forward to us. Again, we had it'd be a while. The last target we had was about this time this year that they would have it to us, but I guess we're still waiting on it. Okay. And I think that some of the problems that Brian talked about with the off-gas system were directly related to that real finding. And let's see. We did have elections again, every 2 years or every year. And Chris is the vice chairman, and I'll do the chairman again. And we're very much interested in new blood. So if anybody wants to step in and help, we're looking forward to it. What else? There's a lot of diverse opinions here, and I don't think I've heard them all. And I want to listen to them all. And we're very open here. So anything you got to say, Chris?
I think probably the big decision coming up is, are we going to ship the supernatant as a liquid offsite to be grouted offsite, or are we going to build a plant and grout it on-site and ship grouted waste offsite? That's a decision that DOE has to make, but that's a major decision. And I think any input in the form of policy type advice that we can make. If you have any ideas how we would structure that as a policy rather than as just our thoughts and opinions, I think both Rob and I would be grateful to hear that from you. It's really a major decision that has to be made sometime in the not too distant future.
And to again, furthermore on the whole idea of the transportation and the use of the TISCR and AMP system to get the waste off site, we got to have the weir come in, and that needs to be finalized for the waste incidental to reprocessing. And the other thing is we worked a long time ago, about 2011, 10, 11. We were really struggling with what our board values are, okay? And we put together, what we got is pretty much a consensus of the 12 main values that we have as a board. And I would like to tailor advice for supporting the one. I would like to support the idea that that we can use the AMPs and TISCR and initially, get that material off site. And we need a good transportation discussion on that. And then the second thing I think is important is that the grout, that we build a grout plant on site and try to make it solid here. I think that's the only responsible thing to do. When I was working with Bechtel, grout plants really aren't that difficult to build. For the Claremont Tunnel project, that grout plant was built in 2 months. Okay, we don't need 11 years. Okay, and so granted, a nuclear facility versus non and all the complexities there. But seriously, I think that if we prioritize or ask the DOE to prioritize either completing the existing plant that we had planned for grouting waste a long time ago, or we get on the stick and start building a grout plant to take all this cleaned up low-level waste and get that off site. So anyway, I'm real interested in other markers. If you don't feel like our values are important to frame the advice on, maybe we can talk. But they have it, because in every case here of our values, nearly every case of our values, that we, by having the TISCR process, the AMPS process, and shipping low-level waste off-site is consistent with almost all of our values that we have. And so, anyway, we're working on that. It's a real struggle trying to get all the information. Hopefully the transportation understanding how it's going to be transported, people will be much more acceptable to maybe a phased in approach to removal of the low level waste in a grouted form off the site. So anyway, that's our report.
All right. Any questions for our subcommittee leaders or our national liaison? All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I think with that, we are ready to move on to board business. All right. And our first item within that are the election results that Susan would like to share.
Okay, so in the election for national liaison, we had two individuals that ran for the position, Lorraine Contreras and Becky Holland. And the votes are in, and it's Richard Bloom. Becky Holland is the new national liaison. Lorraine, thank you for your desire to serve. Maybe next time. So that's the result. We now have a full staff of electors. Becky, do you want to say anything?
I didn't write an acceptance speech because I wasn't really sure. But thank you, everybody, for your vote, and hopefully Richard's not too mad at me right now. But I know Richard is going to be a great chair for the Lids Committee. And if anybody else, this is where I'm going to have a little plug here, Richard. Anybody in this room wants to step up to be in leadership, the Lids Committee is looking for either a chair or a vice chair. Kathy, I'm looking at you. And if you, need help, or you don't think that you're ready, reach out to myself or Richard or some of the other leadership here. We'd be glad to help you out. Okay. Thanks again, you guys.
That means all
right.
So you know what that means? You need to go to all meetings. All.
All right. Sorry, Lorraine, question or comment?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone for your consideration, and I'm still supportive of the fact that this working group makes important and critical decisions, and so that's always been my interest in participation within this working group, and so I look forward to future opportunities, and congratulations. So yeah, it's an important role, and I think you'll do well. Thank you.
All right. So the next item in the board business is the much hyped up Emergency Operations Center debrief. Rebecca, would you like to provide that?
I'm just going to give just a little overview. I think, there are some other participants, I think, who would like to maybe just share what their, that's really what I was interested in, hearing other people's experience with it, not necessarily like what the whole scenario was, but I will say from my perspective, I've been to this was probably my third, maybe fourth one that I've over the years that I have gone and observed. And I think this year, I think that they have really learned from their lessons learned from their past drills. And I saw a lot of things that had changed. I thought that was very well done, including the fake press conference that they do. I thought it was very this time they actually had a couple of people that they planted in the audience to kind of give the people that were up there doing the reporting, to give them kind of a hard time, like, oh God, what am I going to do about my family? And, just really going on about, like how it truly would be. And so just seeing their response and how, they held their composure, and, of course they knew that they were fake plants in the audience, but still I thought that was very good. So anyway, I'm just going to let the other observers, talk about their experience. So Mia or Susan or
So I found it fascinating, and I highly recommend it. If anyone, if Megan, we can do this again. I really want to say thank you, because we were all kind of flies on the wall for this, and we weren't supposed to interact with anyone that was in the drill. We were just supposed to kind of stay out of the way and just observe. And I found it fascinating how the information came through. So in the beginning, all we knew was it was a commercial airplane crashed into a tank farm. And then we start learning that it's B tank farm. And then we learn it's, I think, B101. But that, not all of that information is given to them up front. And there's also, some uncertainty about, how many workers were in the area. So at the beginning, there were 7 H2C employees. They knew that 5 were uninjured, 1 deceased, and 1 was being transported in critical condition. But then those numbers, there was some questioning about those numbers, and then they updated the numbers of the workers in the area. And it just like left me with a feeling of reassurance, to be honest, that like they're doing an amazing job, like following the processes and like thinking of everything. I mean, ordering lunches for the fire department that was doing fire suppression at the tank farms, just little details that I would never have thought of, like we got to order the firefighters food. So I just found it fascinating. And the press conference as well. They also had a drone, which sounded like it was the first time they were using this drone. So they literally, like, during obviously it wasn't a real emergency, but they had the drone out at B Tank Farm, and they were showing like on the screen in real time the drone out at the tank farm, which was so cool. So just like all of these, like they just have it under control, which is so really, really impressive to see. And something that like is just such a great opportunity. So thank you.
Other impressions?
So prior to me retiring, I participated in countless drills. And also I was there, as I've shared with you guys before, on the day of the collapse of the Purex tunnel. And we did have a drone, and it flew over and we could see the hole. And that was really fascinating. And so, they're broadcasting it on the screen in the EOC. And I took a picture of it, and somebody freaked out. And I said, it's been posted on the DOE website. So they were very quick in that circumstance. And I agree in the professionalism. So I hope you guys had a chance to observe the role of the Department of Health, because the Department of Health has to pay attention to wind direction. They have to pay attention to what might be airborne, where it's going. If it goes east, it goes over agricultural land in Grant County, Franklin County, and they set up barricades, and the police actually participate, and they're out there doing this real time. And I have enormous respect for the people that work there. The fire department people, absolutely amazing. And particularly in terms of real fires, they're amazing. So I think the people that live in this region can feel confident that if something does happen, it's really hard for something bad to happen at this point because the cleanup has progressed, but they're really good at it. I've also attended drills at Energy Northwest and have the same observation. The one drill that made people nuts was their cell phones wouldn't work. And like, how do you communicate when your cell phone won't work? It's like you go to a different building. Thank you.
Chuck, this was your first experience. What did you think?
Yeah, like I saw most of the thing. It was, I have to say, it was really impressive thing to watch how things kind of evolved and rolled out as word of the crash circulated through the emergency response people, the people there in the drill. I liked all the displays, things that were displayed on the screens. It kind of helped give some context and provide some idea what was happening, what was evolving. This is a drill. One thing, under control. Okay, that's wonderful. What really counts is when the things are not under control. How can the drill be made to simulate things that are more chaotic? And that's the only response I have, because it was certainly impressive to watch the drill play out. Really enjoyed watching it. Well, learned a lot about being there.
And Tom has some thoughts.
So I was not observing the drill, I was a player. We coordinate Oregon's response because Oregon is within a 50-mile exclusion zone for ingestion. So we coordinate the response of Oregon Department of Health Radiation Protective Services that would send crews along the Oregon border to test the air. We coordinate with the Oregon Agricultural Department, and Umatilla and Morrow counties also stands up their operation centers, and we send a couple folks to the EOC at the to liaise back to our agency operation center in Salem. This drill, the wind wasn't blowing our way, so we didn't have a lot to do. But what happens, what we do in a situation like that is we do injects. So we say, okay, well, what if this situation went this way? So one time we had someone called in and reported a glowing cow. So that's laughable, right? But something like that, someone could call in and try to do that. So we had to figure out what would we do in that situation? How would we, where are the portal monitors in Oregon that we could drive a cow through to make sure it's not radioactive? And we actually found a company that has livestock portal monitors. And now we have a plan and a contact. So if there's an event and someone is worried about cattle being contaminated, we can test that. So that's why you have drills on blue sky days, because that way in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, we know how to deal with that, right? A lot of the times we're working with, a drill where there's 50,000 people evacuating the Tri-Cities, and where they're going south. So how do we have a reception center with screening just over the border, and where are those people going to be housed temporarily, and air conditioning in the summer or heating in the winter? So we do drills often, and every time you learn something, and you're not, if you make a mistake in a drill, you're not judged because you're drilling the plan, so you're not drilling the people. You want to make sure that your plans and procedures are sufficient so anyone can step in with just-in-time training to do the right thing to protect the population and the workers. So it was an interesting drill from Oregon side, just because we didn't have a lot to do, but we were able to figure out, do some injects that, okay, if this happened, what would we do?
All right, Ed has jumped in the queue.
There we go. So I would interject a caution regarding all declaring emergency exercises as being successful. Having gone through the 2000 Hanford fires, the reality situation was, while we were operating very well during that drill, the impact of outside organizations, government agencies attempting to interject themselves was very disruptive, very disruptive. Not to want to point fingers at the EPA, but they sent 4 people and said, we're taking over all the offsite monitoring for this. No instruments, no nothing. I want to put my appreciation out for the Washington Department of Health. They took them under the wing and had them participate with them. Next issue was FEMA decided under their own jurisdiction that because there was a national interest at the president's office, that they were going to take charge. We basically wouldn't let them in the building. We just couldn't, because they just had no understanding of what was going on. Third one was the Department of Defense. They were refusing to cooperate with air coverage. So there's some of these things that happen in real life. We keep focusing, as you said, we're drilling on the same scenarios, but actual conditions can really drive you in a different direction. Oh yeah, we had DOE try and interject. We've got a model as far as plume dispersion. You have to use this model. We rejected it. We said we've got our own developed one for the site. So it's these things that happen in real life, and I applaud them trying to do this with the news media, but it's the other government agencies that can truly disrupt you in a real emergency. So just want to pass that on. some food for thought for next time. They
Okay. And it's back to Rebecca to wrap this up.
Okay. Again, I want to thank the Department of Energy for allowing us to come down there to observe that. I do want to just make a quick just comment. I was boots on the ground on that in that 2000 fire, so I'm very, very familiar with real emergencies. Yeah, and that was one of the things that I was going to say. You know, over my time out there, I've worked several real emergencies, as Brian probably has as well. It's a totally different world when you're actually involved in the actual what is going on. It's something real. It's so beneficial, I think, and I don't know how we could ever incorporate this, but I think it's very beneficial to allow the workers who are out there who are doing the actual work when something like that happens, the Purex tunnel, the 2000 fire, the several different things that have happened over there, out there over time, to allow them to see what actually happens at the EOC, because there's a major disconnect sometimes about the information coming in and the information going out. And just as a real quick example, I was working the 2000 fire, and we had the Department of Health with us, and we had to go take air samples because we were doing plume tracking. And so the Emergency Operations Center would give us coordinates. Okay, you need to go here. And so we would look at the coordinates and say, okay. We would take out our, the generator and the air sampler, and so we're walking into the coordinates, and I'm saying, yeah, that's negative. We're not going there. And they were like, yes, we need a air sample. And I said, well, it's on fire, so we're not going there. So, just things like that where real situations, you have to adapt. But if the people actually saw what happened in the EOC, I think in real life, they would understand more about how all the parts, intermingle, and, all the cogs in the wheel. So anyway, again, I just want to thank you guys for allowing us to do that. And I hope that everybody got some, good experience and enjoyed that experience.
All right. Thank you for sharing. All right. Next item is the status item update. I'll pass that on to Susan.
I don't know if we have anything new added to it. I know we still have the lingering 2 items, the land acknowledgement statement and the tribal briefing. Blah. Lorena and Rose, is there anything new? Oh, okay. So I guess.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, this is Lorraine. I just wanted to say that we did forward, we've been working with different agencies and asking, that this be established, because I've attended a number of different functions, and I believe the last one, it was during the ANS conference, and they did recognize, tribes. And so I think it's still, something that's important going forward, because of the history associated with Hanford. And, I think it's very appropriate in, recognizing, the importance of, these relations, and the fact that, we're still here, and we're working with the different work groups within HABs and DOE and the agencies to ensure that the natural resources are first and foremost protected there, in the cultural sites, especially at Hanford. So we hope someday that we'd be able to get out there and bring the songs and the prayers back. And, it's very important, especially in my role, to make sure that, our presence is always there. And, because there's songs and prayers associated with Hanford that are specific to that area. And, the fact that our membership has been able to return to, hunt and gather and participate in the overpopulation or, control for the elk in the area. So just very important. And I did submit, a suggestion. It's been a while back, so I'd have to go through my emails and look at it, and forward it again. But I've sent it to both the HABs and the DOE, and haven't heard back from DOE, because of the changes that have been made, and people have retired, or they're no longer there. So and it's important also to relay this to the HAB's representatives that another one of our concerns is that the cultural manager and the tribal liaison positions are currently vacant, due to the freeze, hiring freeze. So, we keep reiterating the importance of, having those connections and maintaining that. So thank you.
Okay. I was especially concerned because we're coming up on a new fiscal year, and which means new members. There was the request from the tribes on the December meeting 2 years ago that the tribes wanted to incorporate a tribal briefing, a tribal 101 briefing into the first meeting of the new fiscal year to help educate all HAB members. So that's what I meant by the tribal briefing. And like I said, we're coming up on the new fiscal year, which means the first meeting will be in October. So is that still something that is important to the 3 tribes on the tribal seats on the board, or is it something that I should stop thinking about?
Yeah, I think it's important that, we can be prepared to, participate and present. I'm not sure about the other tribes. I can't speak on their behalf, but the Yakama Nation is interested in moving forward with this presentation.
Okay.
Okay. And if we were to take action, or someone were to take action to confirm this possibility for October, who would that be?
You can contact me, and I'll be speaking with my cultural and technical staff to move forward on this topic.
Okay. And Josh, why don't you try and loop in CTURR and NESPERS?
Yeah, I think I'll include all our HAB members on that.
And
maybe our nominees, if you know who they are. And then on the other half of that, we left for the land acknowledgement, we left June with a couple action items. Megan, you were going to consult with the tribal office. Was there any update there? No.
No, so there, like she just mentioned, there's a lot of movement on who's in charge of what over there. So we'll keep it on our list and see if we can get any other updates from there. I don't want to promise anything because I know how things are moving right now, but we'll keep trying.
And the other one was that Tom would confer with Stigwig. Did that happen, or any results there?
I did not talk to Stigwig, but we are going to be sending a letter from the chair to the trustee council for a briefing from the trustee council. Requesting for that. I don't know if they will, but we'll ask them.
All right. I think that resolves our outstanding action items. All right. Next one, the calendar review and upcoming meetings. The ones upcoming soonest are tomorrow. Megan, would you like to talk about what's going on?
Yeah, so tomorrow we are not considering a full board. We are going to consider it's more of a
I don't want to call it committee of the whole either, but anyone, any current seats on the board are welcome to come tomorrow. We're going to be at Hammer. It's going to be a very big workshop trying to plan out upcoming, what you guys need from us, what presentations you need to support the advice that we have. We'll go more into detail tomorrow, but would love it if you guys could make it. The plan for the day tomorrow, just as a rough estimate, is we have our tour of AMPS at 8. They said it won't take more than an hour. Just as a heads up, there is construction going on right now out there. Last week, they said it added like 15 minutes to their drive just on that little section. When I talked to them this morning, they said it was almost non-existent. So I would say maybe show up early. Once we're done there, we're going to go over to Hammer, start at around 9:30, couple briefings. We will have a Teams option for those that are online that can't make it. However, I will say we're going to have probably a half an hour of briefings for people online. We will cut cameras, mute Teams, all of that for about 2 hours while we start going into the workshop aspect of it, because it's not going to be beneficial for anybody on Teams. And then we will come back around 12:30. People can hop back on Teams if they want to, so we can start going over the topics that we've come up with, and have a couple more discussions. Tomorrow, I will say, will be what this group makes it. So if we're not getting anywhere, it's going to be a really short day. Hopefully we can be productive and kind of plan out. I am hoping to leave with enough material that I can hand it all over to Josh and he can plan out the next year for us. That's the goal. We have a lot of advice next year. Going month to month is hard. That's why we're having to cancel some meetings, and I would hope to not do that going into next year. So that's kind of where we're at with that. If anyone has any questions, I think there was only a couple people that ordered lunch. We have to have those. I would say the second this meeting is over, if you haven't ordered lunch and you want to, you should probably do it. We have Jimmy John's. It's going to get picked up and delivered around 11:30 tomorrow. I've heard Miss Tamales is out there, but I don't know that she'll be open. So you might be stuck with chips from the vending machine. Does anyone have questions on the meeting? Rebecca?
I was going to say, if you're going to rely on Miss Tamales, have a buddy go in like half it. Because if you get the burrito, it's literally like, I mean, it's huge. There's no way one person could eat that whole thing. So have a buddy system if you're going to order a burrito.
Okay, so that's our plan for tomorrow. Next month, we're expecting 3 subcommittee meetings. Tuesday the 9th, we'll have Twist. And Wednesday the 10th, we're looking at CUE in the morning and CARM in the afternoon. Beyond that, we're looking at October. We're expecting orientation on the 7th and full board meeting after that. And of course, as soon as those agendas have been approved, finalized, we'll distribute those and you'll know what's going on better than we do now. All right.
Did they announce it?
Pointing in discussion, but I'm not sure what's going on because I can't hear it.
Did you guys announce the social afterwards? While I was out, I don't know if you did or not. Oh, okay. So I reserved a room at the social over in Richland for a social at 5 o'clock. The back room back there at the social, it's in Richland. So anyway, I know it was in the announcements, but people may have forgotten. But anyway, it starts at 5.
Jim? Okay.
Yeah, I got a quick question, Megan. The committee meetings and the meeting of the whole are considerably different relative to the record than the leadership workshop. Is that fair?
Yes, so this will definitely be more of a workshop than a meeting, which is why it's not public.
Yes, but I mean, even the leadership workshop that we had a month or 2 back, I mean, relative to the record. I guess my suggestion is the HAB probably should refrain from putting something on the record that's frankly not on the record.
Understood. Okay. Well, I have something else. Last time we talked, Rob brought up acronyms. So Laura printed out, we have this big old HAB list of acronyms, but I think the concern was that this is too big. So I'm going to give everyone homework. If people want to take one of these and highlight the ones that they struggle with the most, or maybe the ones that they hear the most, our team can take them back and create little cute, like laminated pieces that you guys can have at the meetings with you so that you don't have to go through 4 pages. So I would say don't highlight the whole page because the idea is to get it smaller. So if there's things that we're constantly hearing or maybe that you're struggling with, then we'll put that together for you guys. So I'll give it to you tonight so that maybe you guys can do it together at the social and then bring it back tomorrow.
I feel like I need to clarify a little bit. At the leadership workshop, right, we had some rather frank discussions with several people. And I think relative to the record, they understood that as well as we did. But some of those things were put on the record today as on the record. And I think we should probably refrain from that.
Yes, I understand where you're coming from now, and I agree. I think if we are not careful with that, then we're not going to have those frank discussions anymore. So now I understand where you're coming from. So yes, if we have off the record meetings that are more leadership workshopy, we should keep those conversations to ourselves and not put them on a YouTube video. So understood. I get where you're coming from now. Yes, thank you.
So I see a QR code on that packet that you have. It might be most helpful to just have a QR code on the table that links to the Hanford Sites acronym list. So you can, it's a searchable archive type thing.
Yeah, we can do both. So on our little sheet, we can have the QR code for some people, but maybe for those who don't know or like QR codes, we can have the top, I don't know, top 20 hot list, something like that.
Okay, it's 3:27. Are we good? Have we had a good meeting? Are we ready to call it a day? And pick up again tomorrow? Yep. So I guess we're adjourned.
All right. Thank you, everybody.